Home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
Of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad cause I got it. Too good at being too bad cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Tom Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and sprint.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonfire move to the top of the track.
And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Hey, welcome back to I-37 Speedway, Milton Hope. Hey, race fans, welcome out to I-37 Speedway tonight. Milton Hope here for night 2 of great racing action here as we had the final points race of 2021 last night. A great night of racing on Friday night. Now we're here for the second night of action, the DTK Memorial Race. We've got some great cars out here running tonight. The limited modifieds and the modifieds racing for $1,000 to win. Factory stocks will be racing for $2,000 to win, and then the tuners will be out here, the Sport Compacts, as some of you know it. They'll be racing for $350 to win, and then the go-karts, who just finished up their heat races, they're going to be racing their final points race of the night as well. If you haven't had a chance to make it out here, or if you're watching our Race on Texas, thank you very much for tuning in. We had a ton of emails last night sent to my email account for me to give some shout-outs to. Farthest one that I had last night was from South Africa. We also had one from North Dakota and a whole bunch from Texas. So we'll throw the email out later on tonight. We'll see how many we get, and we'll see just how far away somebody's watching. Tonight, heat races look like the limited modifieds are going to kick us off first with $1,000 to win. Factory stock second. $2,000 to win. Sport Compacts will be third at $325 to win, and then the modifieds at $1,000 to win as well. We'll go into any B mains that we may need, and then we'll have the main events right after intermission. Intermission tonight, gonna have a lot of fun. We got an adult costume contest for Halloween, children's contest, costume contest. We got some candy to give away as well. We'll probably recognize some of our go-kart winners also during intermission. So stay tuned on Race on Texas to catch all that action. But if you can make it out here live, remember, bring a blanket, bring a jacket, bring a glove, bring a coat. Got a little cool out here last night. Everybody was pretty well bundled up and very comfortable. We're going to take a quick little break, and then right after the break, we're going to talk to a couple of young drivers here. Normally we talk to big drivers. This time we're going to talk to small drivers. We'll be back right after this.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Jamie Frederick.
Welcome back to I-37 Speedway, the second night of racing here. The final points night last night. Now a special night tonight, the DTK Memorial Race. DTK standing for Doyen, Torres, and Keelik. And this is a memorial race towards their fathers, remembering them and their racing past as well. And this is the third edition, the third anniversary of the DTK race, as Michael Keelik and Ray Doyen and Johnny Torres are respectfully honor their fathers. Like I said, big time in the racing community, and this is the third anniversary of this. Always a big time, big show. 30 factory stocks here tonight, racing for $2,000 to win, so it's certainly a big deal. Now, we normally talk to the big drivers, the big boys, the big girls, but tonight we're going to take a little break from that. We're going to talk to a couple of young drivers. The go-karts just finished their heat races. We've got Blaine Markgraf right up here, and we got Cody Clegg right here. And these are a couple of the top guns out here on the go-karts, and they hopefully, they come from racing families. Kurt Clegg used to race a whole lot, and as did Dwayne and Danny, the Markgraf family. They all used to race a lot at San Antonio Speedway. Kurt did as well. So this is a continuation of the family project. So we're going to talk to them for just a moment, and we'll talk to you, Cody, first. Tell everybody, how long have you been racing go-karts?
Probably about 3 years.
Okay. And Blaine, how about you?
Maybe about 5 or 6.
So what's the most exciting thing? What's the best thing you like about racing go-karts?
Oh, probably just going fast. I also like passing people.
That gets a little hectic out there. I saw some collisions out there earlier. Do you try you try to avoid those, but those happen?
Oh yeah, especially with the track the way it is. Most of them are unavoidable.
Yeah, it's kind of a tight track out there, but Blaine, over the past couple of years, you've seen this track improve, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you think about the track. When it first started out, kind of tall, kind of small, but it's gotten better. How has it improved you as a driver?
Now that it's a lot bigger, it's a lot easier to pass. You can go a lot faster, more banking, and you can go 3, maybe 4 wide sometimes, and it can get hectic, but more than hectic, it's just fun.
No, it's a lot of fun out there. Now, you guys are in the go-karts right now. Cody, what would you like to do as far as your future? Would you like to make a move up to the big cars pretty soon, or are you going to try to go to a different go-kart?
I'm going to try and go to a dwarf car and hopefully from there get into IMCA modified.
All right. Blaine, what about you?
Well, just racing my future, just race bombers, maybe race a factory. Me and my dad have a factory stock in the bomber in the shop at our house right now, and we're working on it slowly.
All right, so putting a lot of work into that and looking to improve and move on up into a couple of different classes. All right, so here's a couple of extra questions for you as well. These are questions that they didn't know I was going to ask, but they're pretty easy. Cody, step up here just a little bit. All right, so first one. What is your favorite Halloween candy?
Ooh, probably candy corn.
Candy corn or Kit Kat?
Candy corn sucks. Ah, my goodness. All right. What is your least favorite? Like, don't give me that candy for Halloween.
Probably Mounds.
The chocolate raisins.
Chocolate raisins. That's a smart man right there. Ugh, those are nasties. All right. The last time that you dressed up for Halloween, what did you dress up as?
Ricky Bobby.
Bumblebee from the Avengers.
All right, Bumblebee from the Avengers. All right. What's your, in the movies, cartoons, stuff like that, what's your favorite monster of all time?
I don't think I really have one.
I don't think I really have one either because I don't really watch movies.
Did you say it's your mother? Sorry, Christine. Christine's down here, Blaine's mom. She's a monster, I tell you. Love Christine. All right. You can only watch one monster movie the rest of your life. Okay, you can't watch any other TV, no shows, no. It just has to be a monster movie. What would it be?
Addams Family, probably.
Mike Wazowski.
Couple of good choices there. Well, this is the future of racing. Young go-kart drivers are taking a break from their heat races, about a 30-minute break before their main events start. Who's going to win? Who's going to win your main event tonight?
Ooh, probably me or Charles Flanagan.
Okay. How about you?
Me or either I'm going to try or either if I have to take a wild guess, I'd say If I'm in his class, I'd say the 78.
All right, so they could have boasted and just said, me, I'm going to win. But no, they're fair, and they talked about the other drivers as well. So Cody Clegg and Blaine Markgraf, a couple of up-and-coming drivers in the go-karts. They do have plans for the future, and they certainly look forward to a lot of big things in their racing future. So we look forward to seeing you guys in bigger cars out there. Thanks, guys, for joining me. I appreciate it, and we'll be right back after these messages with a quick.
Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this is where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Fantastic with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Hey, welcome back to I-37 Speedway. Milton Hope in tonight one more time for the second night of racing here at the racetrack. We had a great night of racing like we talked about earlier. Got down to about 60 degrees as we were watching the main events later in the evening. Probably going to be about the same thing tonight, so if you're coming out, bring your blankets and caps and jackets and sweaters. It'll be a little cool out here tonight. Exciting racing. Let's just recap one more time. $2,000 to win for the factory stocks. We got about 30 of them out in the pit area right now, so everybody coming for the big money tonight. Limited modifieds and modifieds going $1,000 to win each, and the Sport Compact / Tuners, they're going to be racing for $325. So it's going to be an exciting night. We look forward to the fans being out here live, concession stands, souvenir stands, costume contests, candy giveaway. But if you can't be here, be sure to tune in to Race on Texas. You got the preview show right now, and then we're going to go live here later on when the big boys and girls come out. We're going to have an action-packed night of racing. Thank you for watching Race on Texas.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Jamie Perfect. Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this is where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing tonight? That was pitiful. How y'all doing tonight? All right. Yeah, whatever. How any Texas Longhorn fans here? Okay, you realize that there's 4 quarters in a game, right? All right, just letting you know you lost your 3rd game in a row after leading at halftime. Boomer Sooner. Hey, people out there in turn 1, way outside. What's going on out there? Let's see, y'all. Shut the heck up. 1? Oh, man, we're 3 and 4. We're okay. We're looking like the Cowboys of the last 27 years. That's what it's looking like right now. Thank you very much. I'll be here all night. Thank you. Hey, thank you to everybody for coming out tonight, man. This is a special night. It's the 3rd anniversary of the DTK Memorial Race. The DTK, Doyen, Torres, and Keelik. 3 of the men out here that are racing and run the property out here and run the racetrack are honoring their fathers who were big into racing, and they started this 3 years ago, and this is the 3rd anniversary. And it's just a great thing. A lot of y'all have been around racing a really long time, and it's a family atmosphere. You got the kiddos out here in the go-karts, and they move on up to the next level of cars, and you got other drivers that are in the big cars, and they move up to different classes. So it's a big family atmosphere at any racetrack that you go through across the United States, but it's especially special when you can honor your fathers who have passed away, but honor them with a racing event at the racetrack that you race. So the DTK Memorial Race for Doyen, Torres, and Keelik, and we always want to have a great thought for those families that have lost some great men. All right, so tonight we've got the heat races. Going to start off with the limited modifieds. Factory stocks will follow up. The tuners will be after that, then the modifieds. And then we have enough cars in the factory stocks that we're going to have a B main for them. And we're also going to have a B main for the limited modifieds. We'll have a little bit of an intermission. And if we have some folks here that are in their costume contest, in their Halloween costumes tonight, besides Preston, he wears it year-round, we're going to have a contest out here for the best-looking adult costume and the best-looking kiddos costume. And then we're also going to have a candy giveaway for the boys and girls that are here tonight. We'll figure out how we're going to do that. So we'll have a lot of fun during intermission. Main events tonight, this is where it all comes down to the money. The tuners tonight racing for $325 to win. Limited modifieds are racing for $1,000 to win. The factory stocks are chasing the big bucks tonight. They've got a $2,000 to win main event tonight. And then the IMCA modifieds racing for $1,000 to win. Now, there's other folks that are watching this race tonight that aren't actually sitting in the grandstand, so I want to say hello to everybody that's watching our Race on Texas tonight. You heard me last night if you were here. I threw out an email for people to send a message to where they're watching from and who's watching with them. I got an email from South Africa last night that they were watching the races. Also got one from North Dakota, and then I got a whole bunch of them all around the state of Texas. We've had them from Japan, Louisiana, Vermont, New Hampshire. So people are watching from all over the United States, watching I-37 tonight. So we appreciate those fine folks that are sitting in the comfort of their recliner and couch instead of being out here with the race fans, but we appreciate you tuning in as well. Thank you very much. I'll throw that email out later on tonight. Any first-timers here, raise your hands. Please raise your hands if you're a first-timer. Okay, just as a reminder, if you haven't already figured it out, tokens for the concession stand are sold at the souvenir stand. So go to the souvenir stand first, get your tokens, and then step on over, get your burgers, your Frito pie, your cheeseburger, sausage wrap, pulled pork, nachos, soft drinks, bottled water, and then settle back in here. Also, we've got some shirts and hats back there for sale. Unfortunately, we had a great sale last night, so all the hoodies and the long-sleeve shirts are gone, but we've got some great T-shirts back there for I-37. We've got just fresh off the press earlier today, some new DTK Memorial Race T-shirts that are back there, and then we also have some great race hats for I-37 as well, so you can remember your stay here and your visit here, or pick up an early Christmas present for mom, dad, brother, sister, aunt, or uncle. All right, let's go ahead and please rise to your feet as we will have our opening ceremony tonight. And as we do every night, certainly we want to remember our armed forces men and women that are spread across the globe, protecting us and others, and also all of our first responders, police, fire, EMS, nurses, everybody that's on the front lines in this chaotic times that we have in the United States. We certainly appreciate our first responders. Any first responders in the grandstands tonight? Raise your hand. Well, how about a round of applause also for our first responders out there in the infield as well. There they are, way over there. We appreciate them. We also want to have a thought and prayer for those that are still being affected by this COVID. It sounds like the numbers are starting to go down a lot. No matter what your beliefs are, vaccinated, don't get vaccinated, it's up to you. But certainly people have suffered from this. Families are going through grieving times or working with family members that are still sick. So we definitely, whatever the disease, and also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is the last day for that. So God bless those that have made their way through breast cancer. And we have a thought and prayer for those family members that did not make it through that terrible event. But certainly just a lot going on in our country, as many of you know. And we certainly want to have a thought and prayer for those that supposedly lead us in Washington, D.C. And we definitely want to make sure that they try to do the right thing. All right. Bow your head, please. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to come out on a beautiful night here in South Texas to enjoy a sport that we all love to watch and participate in. We ask that you be with our fans tonight as they enjoy this sport, this entertainment. Be with our drivers. Put your hand over the track and lead them around and lead them safely around in the spirit of friendly competition. We ask that as we participate tonight, the children be careful, the adults be careful, and at the end of the night, as we all get in our cars and head to our final destination, that we are able to arrive safely to continue our week. We ask that you be with all of our first responders, our government, those that are feeling the sickness of COVID and other diseases, and God bless those participate or that have been affected by breast cancer. We certainly have a thought for them. In your name we pray. Amen.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
God bless America and God bless Texas. It's time to go racing at I-37, the DTK Memorial Race. Thank you very much for coming out. Man, we are ready to go rock and roll at I-37, the DTK Memorial Race. There'll be lots of fun out here at the racetrack tonight. Thank you for coming out live, and thank you for those of you watching on Race on Texas. However you watch us, we appreciate it. Lights are out. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Late models are off and running. Or I should say limited modifieds off and running. Edward Oaks and Thomas Grothuse caught up in this first race. '53, Edward Oaks trying to chase down Tom Grothuse. Tom Grothuse not in the lead, even though he's out in front of everybody. It is '53, Edward Oaks out of Cuero, Texas, jumping out early as the confusion starts early here at the racetrack, but Edward Oaks doing a great job trying to stay ahead of the '96 and Jared Maupin out of College Station. Maupin doing a great job in that limited modified sponsored by Swinson Race Products. Grothuse getting caught up to by your front runners. Edward Oaks 53, Jared Maupin 96. The 90 of Dustin Butcher. He was not here last night, but he is here tonight. Butcher and the bright yellow, number 90. .184, Brian Rye also on the track. Scheduled Ben Meklicek in the 13M. Zach Courtney 76, Sterling Tausch 95. Grothuse, as we talked about on the 11T. Looks like the next flag is going to be the checkered flag as the flag man trying to get a hold of those flags and get them in the right order. Here comes the checkered flag. 53. Edward Oaks with the win. Good run by Edward Oaks. The 53 started on the pole. Finishes up front, never really challenged by anybody. Looks like Rye was second, Courtney third. Tausch, Maupin rounding out the front five. 3 heat races for the limited modified, sponsored by Swinson Race Products. Good times at I-37 tonight. We appreciate y'all coming out early, and a lot of y'all learned from last night to have your jackets and blankets and sweaters ready. Cooled off to about 60, about 58 degrees when we left here last night, so snuggle up if you have to, but we appreciate you coming out, and those on Race on Texas. We'll throw out that email in a moment and see where we can find out where somebody's watching from the farthest location tonight. I know it won't be South Africa tonight because he was traveling. Second heat race, 8 laps, limited modified, sponsored by Swinson Race Products, coming out in front of you. Spot your favorite driver and give them a wave when they go by, and if you don't have a favorite driver, just pick one and cheer for them as they race here tonight. Looks like we may have to swap out the radios with Johnny Torres is going to give his radio up out of the four-wheeler, hand it off to the flag man. May have had some communication issue with the flags there, so we'll get that worked out fairly quickly. Good food downstairs tonight at the concession stand. I had a cheeseburger. It's good. Frito pie, I highly recommend. Pulled pork, that's also pretty good from what folks tell me, so head on down there. Get your tokens first over at the souvenir stand, and then head on over and get yourself some food and drink and get back to your viewing spot and get ready for some great racing action tonight. Hey, matter of fact, while we have just a moment, let's go ahead and load up that email. For those of y'all watching on Race on Texas right now, grab a pencil and paper. If you're in the grandstands, you want to do the same thing. I take emails from everywhere, but write this email down. It's pretty easy. racelocation@yahoo.com. racelocation@yahoo.com. Send me an email. Tell me where you're watching from and who's watching with you. We'll start to give some shout-outs later tonight as the email starts to fill up. racelocation@yahoo.com. All right, heat race number 2, limited modified, sponsored by Swenson Race Products, scheduled for heat race number 2 out of Myersville, 63, Shane Heffling. At a Lacoste in the 5R, Ryan Doyen. Triton Temple from Corpus Christi in the 39. Big man on campus last night, 66, Stephen Whitaker out of Robstown. Raced 3 times last night. Won his heat race and won both of his main events. He's driving the Johnny Torres 66 here in this limited modified division. Rolly Rodriguez from Edinburgh in the 12R. 91, Craig Oakes out of Marshall, Texas. The 00K out of Manchac, Oliver Billingsley. From Leander, Logan Bearden in the 66B. And here's a familiar name, J.J. Jennings from Corpus Christi in limited modified number 26. 8 times around. Lights are out. Fire up the engines. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running. Heat race number 2, limited modifieds.
How many are we taking from each heat?
Down the back straightaway they go. 63, Shane Heffling gets the inside position. Gives a little wiggle out there in turn 3. Doesn't affect him. Keeps heading straight on down the line. Ryan Doyen giving chase in the 5R. Here comes the 66 of Stephen Whitaker on the inside. Absolutely dominated all 3 races that he was in last night. Works his way up to second in the Torres 66 limited modified. Pushes Ryan Doyen back to third in the 5R. 91, Craig Oakes out of Marshall moving up into fourth. Watch out for Triton Temple in the all-white 39 out of Corpus Christi, trying to make a move on the inside, trying to slide up next to Rolly Rodriguez. 66B, Logan Bearden also in the mix there towards the back. Triton Temple up in the limited modifieds now, goes by Rolly Rodriguez to move up 1 additional spot. Stephen Whitaker commanding this race right now. Got Shane Heffling staying right there with them in the 63. Not letting Whitaker get as big of a lead as he had last night in his heat races. Once Stephen Whitaker Jr. gets out front, tough guy to catch. I said that plenty of times last night, and he proved it in all 3 races. Heffling staying there with him, a solid second. Ryan Doyen being challenged by the 91 at Craig Oakes now. Doyen staying in third. Got it coming out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Oakes has to back off to fourth. Triton Temple in a solid fifth in the all-white 39. White flag comes out. 1 lap to go this time by. Checkered flag win right there, Stephen Whitaker Jr. He continues on the success from last night and takes another heat race win in that Johnny Torres 66 limited modified. Heffling battled him all the way around, settles into second. Ryan Doyen finishes up in third. Good run there by Whitaker as he took all 3 races that he won last night. He got the heat race win, and then he got 2 main event wins in 2 different cars, 2 different classes last night. Picks up where he left off. That guy's tough, man. Stephen Whitaker Jr., heat race number 3, getting ready to come up. Man, that email filled up quickly, and I see one that is a far, far away location. I can't wait to announce that one. Holy cow. All right, heat race number 3, getting ready to come your way. Heat race number 3 coming away out of Cuero, 21, Nathan Oakes. 53X Chandler Fox from Kerrville. The BD2 of Daniel Preston out of Corpus Christi. Coming down to I-37, driving the 101 from Taft, Texas, Tanner Whitmire. Ray Doyen, a solid second place finish last night in the 9R. He's from Lacoste. From China Grove, the 14 of Trent Beaver. Driving the blue 99, he's from Bridge City, Texas. That's Caden Honeycutt. 28M from Orange Grove, Mason Castaneda. And driving the 18 from Lytle, Texas, Cameron Volsho. Hope I said that one right. First time I've ever seen that name. All right, here we go. 9 scheduled for the race. Looks like we got 8 of them out there. Lights are out, picking up speed, coming out of turn 4. We're racing. Who we got out there? Here we go. Green flag, green light. Looks like the 18 of Volsho not able to make it out there. But we're racing. Who did take the green flag? And it's Nathan Oakes, the 3rd of the Oakes family on the track tonight. Whoa! Watch out. Turn 3 coming out of there. Solo spin. No harm, no foul, all by himself. Spins it back around in the right direction and heads on the right direction. That's the 53X of Chandler Fox from Kerrville with that solo spin. Meanwhile, here comes the other 7 drivers heading in the right direction. Ray Doyen shooting out of turn 2, trying to move up an additional spot. He's in 3rd, got his sights set on 2nd. Would love to get a main event win as he's honoring his father tonight with the DTK. Daniel Preston looking pretty solid out there right now in the BD2 as he stays out front. Halfway point, this by the flag stand. Daniel Preston with the lead. Here comes Tanner Whitmire in the 101. Look at Whitmire work his magic out of turn 2, trying to close ground on Daniel Preston. Ray Doyen still in 3rd in the number 9 car. He's got some good drivers ahead of him. Going to be a tough night tonight for Ray Doyen. 14, Trent Beaver holding 4th. Got Caden Honeycutt right behind him in the 99. Laps are clicking away. Honeycutt back in 5th. Got to watch out to his right side. Got a car coming around the outside. 2 laps to go this time by the flag stand. Whitmire kind of slows it down coming out of turn 2. Preston able to rally up just a little bit. Goes into turn 3 and 4 down the front. Takes the white flag. 1 lap to go. Last half lap, final 2 turns. Daniel Preston, steady Freddy on the gas. He comes home with the checkered flag win. Preston, Daniel Whitmire. Tanner Whitmire finishing up in 2nd. Ray Doyen finishing up in the 9 car in 3rd. Daniel Preston, BD2, started in the 3rd position. 2nd row inside, finishes up front. Good run. Tanner Whitmire in 2nd. Ray Doyen finishes in 3rd. Limited modifieds later tonight, running for $1,000 to win. Up next, they're going to be racing tonight for $2,000 to win, the all-in design factory stocks. Race location at yahoo.com. If you didn't get a chance to write it down or send your email, tell me where you're watching from and who you're watching with. We'll give you a shout out here coming up in a moment. It's filling up quickly. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, everybody, for watching our Race on Texas.
Well, Amanda's talking to an official, so it's on Amanda.
Okay, trying to get the lineup fixed up here. Officials in the scoring tower, not quite ready, but yeah, going to have a good time here at the racetrack tonight. Thank you for coming out, our final night of racing. Now, we do have the Redneck Stress Relief that's going to be coming up later on, and you'll hear more about that on Facebook and the webpage, but Redneck Stress Relief still getting ready to come up. Looks like we might be missing a couple of cars. Caden Honeycutt's one of them. He just finished the previous heat race, so he's probably getting buckled in right now. Factory stock scheduled in heat race number 1 out of Corpus Christi in the 25R. Nathan Rahi, I got that name right. Nathan Rahi, he's up on the pole. He's out of Corpus. Josh Sewell out of Kingsville in the 38. The 8C of Cameron Dinsmore out of Kerrville. 99, Caden Honeycutt. From Bridge City, Texas. John Aramendia from New Braunfels. He'll be motoring around in the 58 car. 15D from Corpus Christi, Jamie Deere. Here comes Caden Honeycutt as he jumped out of the limited modified, jumped in the factory stock, and he'll get out there in his right spot. Jamie Deere, Corpus Christi, 15D. Shannon Maurer out of Victoria in the 02. Scheduled also Mickey Helms in the 174 from Victoria, and from San Antonio, 98, Alan Alexander. All right, let's throw out an email here real quickly. We got Misty Wells again watching. They're watching in the garage down in Victoria. And they got Granny and friends with them tonight. So cheering on GW Hessong, hoping for another main event win. Checkers or wreckers, they say. Thank you, Misty, and thank you, Granny, for tuning in on night number 2 of the racing action here. I know we enjoyed talking to GW down in the winner's circle last night, and hopefully we'll see him back in there again tonight. Going to have a lot of good competition out there. Irma Alvarez also watching. She's watching from Weslaco, Texas. Irma Alvarez, and she says, go Jared Maupin. All right. Go Jared Maupin, Irma Alvarez. Thank you for tuning in to Race on Texas and pitching in with your message for Jared Maupin. Here's the one that I was talking about. We want to say hello to Britt Moody. Britt Moody watching all the way from Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. All right. Thank you, Britt Moody, tuning in from Hawaii, checking the action out at I-37 Raceway. Man, we appreciate you. Britt from Hawaii. All right, looks like the lights are out around the track. We're going to run the cars that are out there. Picking up speed, coming out of turn 4. Here we go, factory stocks, sponsored by All In Designs. Off and running. Nathan Rahi out of Corpus Christi, 25R, jumps out from the pole, trying to grab that initial lead coming out of turn 2. Going to have a challenge down the back straightaway, Josh Sewell. See who's going to be first time by the flag stand. Sewell staying right there with Rahi. Here comes Caden Honeycutt in the 99. Caden Honeycutt going to be driving a couple of classes tonight. Honeycutt on the outside of Rahi coming out of turn 3 and 4. Honeycutt's got the outside line. He's got the power. He's got the grip, and there he goes by. Caden Honeycutt coming to I-37. He grabs his first lead at the racetrack. Josh Sewell up front. Caden Honeycutt in second. Rahi shuffled all the way back to third, and now your front 2 cars, Honeycutt and Sewell, trying to separate themselves from the rest of the factory stocks at the halfway point. Sewell giving all he's got to Caden Honeycutt. Sewell's letting him know he's got experience on this track, and Honeycutt's the visitor. He's staying right there with him, door to door, tire to tire. Sewell on the outside, not letting Honeycutt escape in any form or fashion. What a great run by Josh Sewell. Caden Honeycutt, equally as impressive, jumping into an unfamiliar car tonight. Doing a great job as he inches just ahead of Sewell, entering turn number 3. Flagman keeps an eye on him, coming out of turn 4. 2 flags, 2 laps to go. Caden Honeycutt, Josh Sewell, then everybody else about 10 car lengths back. Now Honeycutt opening up about a 3-4 car length lead. Sewell tries to close it on turn 3 and 4. 1 lap to go this time by. Caden Honeycutt looking for a win in the 99 factory stock. And Caden Honeycutt with the win. Sewell gave it all he had early and midway through that race, but he just could not bring down Caden Honeycutt in the 99. Josh Sewell with a really nice run there in the 38 factory stocks. Thank you to All In Designs for sponsoring the factory stocks. We appreciate all the help that you've given us. 15D, Jamie Deere out of Corpus finishes up in third. All right, heat race number 2. Factory stocks ready to go. Scheduled for the race out of San Antonio, 56, Brian Schneider. 154 from Corpus, Brian Rye. Second night back for this young lady, driving the 30, Riley Heil out of Floresville. Donald Kane Jr. from Willis in the 24. 92R coming over from Devine, Robert Keelik. In the 12X, Cameron Starry from Corpus Christi. 99A from San Antonio, Dylan Gaither. From Von Ormy, it's the 75 of Jerry Miller and Johnny Westfall from Victoria. He is inside the 9 factory stock. 9 cars scheduled for this race. Okay, so as you saw down the back straightaway, it was ugly, okay? They were not packed up and bunched up together like they are trying to accommodate right now Flagman didn't like it, gave him the Polish salute, like, what's going on, guys? And young lady, because Riley's out there. All right, now they look better. Flagman keeps an eye on him coming out of turn 4. Let's throw the green flag and green light. Now we're off and running. Schneider in the 56 starts on the pole. The 154, Brian Rye, got shoved up top just a little bit, but didn't lose any ground. He settles into second. Kind of sticks that nose right in the backside of Schneider. Contact from the Rye car, spun out that 56 at turn number 3. We'll see what the spotters have to say out there in the turns, but it's going to do a complete restart here. Schneider spinning around out there in turn 3. Whether he was helped or not is not my decision. Brian Rye, 154. Riley Heil, 30. 24, Donald Kane, Jr. All right. The tower is telling all the drivers to go back to their original spots. Lineup looks good. Going to get them bunched back together. No, it wasn't. That was 154, Brian Rye. He went right into his back quarter panel. He spun him out.
Okay, who do we put in there?
154.
Okay, who do we put in the rear?
All right, so the tower's talking about it right now.
Okay, what's happening? He's driving everything.
We'll let the powers that be decide what's going on out there. Ophelia Pena, also watching from Weslaco. That's Jared's grandma and #1 fan. So welcome, Ophelia. Cheering on Jared Moppin tonight. All right, let's try it again. Flagman takes a look at it. Down and around they go. Green flag, green light, off and running one more time in the heat race. They put the 56 back up front. They moved the Brian Rye 154 to the back for the incident in turn 3 on that first lap, and we are off and running one more time. Down the back straightaway, into the turns. Nice run by these factory stocks stretching out. Here comes your pole sitter, Brian Schneider out of San Antonio, trying to make that move. He lost that front spot early in the race, trying to work his way back up. Donald Kane Jr. in the 24 out of Willis. Halfway point this time by Kane. Doing a great job. Uh-oh. Watch the 92R, Robert Keelik, right up along the outside wall. He's going to baby it around the top side of the track to stay out of everybody's way. Riley Heil in the dark number 30 coming out of turn 4 in second place. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
somebody down there hurt him?
All right, looks like we've got the 154 of Brian Rye. Apparently has a flat tire. Officials trying to get a hold of him to let him know that there's a flat tire on that 154 of Brian Rye. Donald Kane Jr. out of Willis, Texas, doing a great job in the 24 right now, doing a great job. Glenn Scholl and SOS Racing watching from Hickory Creek, Texas. SOS Racing, thank you for tuning in tonight. Also, a shout out to Amber Leonard from the Cotton Bowl Speedway. Also, Kinley, Courtney, Brian, Greg, and Kyle. They're all watching while they're trick-or-treating up in Kyle, Texas. All right, here we go on the restart. Amber, thank you. The cutest smile in Texas, Amber Leonard, and that whole gang watching the racing up in Kyle while trick-or-treating. Appreciate you. As we get back to racing action, Donald Kane Jr. doing a great job in that 24. Heat race number 2, factory stocks. Riley Heil in the 30 doing a great job staying right there with them, as is Cameron Starry in the 12X. Starry in the 12X trying to catch up to Riley Heil. Push her back a spot. He's trying to do it down the front straightaway into turn 1. Starry on the low side. Riley Heil, she's on the outside. She's been racing in the truck series, came back to race with us last night and tonight. And right now she's in a dogfight with the 12X of Cameron Starry, racing for second as they all chase Donald Kane Jr. Heil continued to hold that high line. Starry still right next to her on the low side. Can't get much closer, tire to tire, window to window. 1 lap to go this time by. Starry getting that nose just in front of Riley coming out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Riley falls back to third. Cameron Starry held a steady line, and he's going to get compensated with the second place finish in the heat race. Kane, Starry, Heil with the win. Good run there by Donald Kane Jr. He ran well last night. He's out of Willis, Texas. Riley Heil doing all she could to stay up with the Cameron Starry 12X. Third heat race getting ready to come up for your factory stock, sponsored by All In Designs. Continuing down the emails here, Rachel Plant and Robert Stewart tuning into Race on Texas tonight, all cuddled up and warm watching up there in Central Texas. Munching on some of that nasty candy corn up there. Yuck. Robert agrees with me on that, Rachel. Sorry, no candy corn. All right, heat race number 3. Factory stocks, all in designs. Daniel Lopez, Somerset, Texas in the 15. 40, Dakota Hurley out of Sandia. 17E, Jerry Evans from Refugio. 133, Megan Dotson out of Portland, Texas. From Lemming, the 15 of William Cavender. From San Antonio, driving the 31, Alan Torres. E.J. Gilpin from Corpus Christi in the 21B. Casey Krause from Seguin in the 23K. Hey, if you guys and girls are looking into getting into racing, Alan Torres, number 31, that car is for sale. That's always a fast-moving car, whatever track that goes to. So be sure to check out Alan Torres in that 31 factory stock. Be sure to talk to him later tonight or during the off-season. But that 31 right there, it's not just the driver, but it's a great car as well. Lights are out as we get ready for heat race number 3. Picking up speed. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running. Bunch of good drivers in this one tonight as Daniel Lopez starts on the pole. He's going to have his hands full with Dakota Hurley in the 40. Down the back straightaway they go. Going to try to figure this out early. 133, Megan Dotson trying to move up into the mix as well. Also watch the orange 17E of Jerry Evans. He's up there in the mix. Nobody's really breaking away. Here comes the Alan Torres car. Again, that's for sale. We got 3 wide heading into turn 3 as Torres gets blocked by that 3-car block. Dakota Hurley's going to take advantage of everything that happened behind him and start to open up a little bit of a lead over Daniel Lopez. Here comes Evans getting right alongside Lopez 15, Evans 17. Whoa! Watch out, boys and girls. We got a spin coming out of turn 4. Krause and Cavender are able to avoid the contact. That looks like the 15 of your pole sitter, Daniel Lopez. He had some great runs last night here at the racetrack, but right there, the solo spin, and Casey Krause in that 23 was like, yikes! And he brought that around to the outside, spun himself, but no contact, no damage. That's cool. Hey, here's a shout out to Megan Vincent watching from Corpus Christi with the 18R Pure Stock driver Chris Vincent. Tried to make it out tonight but had car trouble. Megan, we appreciate y'all watching. Man, we would love to have had Chris here tonight, but we understand. Thank you to Megan and Chris for tuning in to Race on Texas. Brian and Dixie sending me an email all the way down from turn number 1, sitting in their lawn chairs tonight. Brian and Dixie, thank you for being here live at the racetrack down in turn 1. Always fun to go down and visit with the folks in turn 1 in their lawn chairs. Also, a big shout out to Cody, Paige, Cindy, and Daryl Tesh watching all the way from Hobbs, New Mexico. Thank you, Cindy, Cody, Paige, and Daryl for tuning in. I said that's my next golf destination. Here we go. Green flag, green light on the restart. Green, green, green. Here we go one more time. Daniel Lopez brought out that yellow flag. He had to fall to the back of the pack. Now everybody's starting to straighten themselves out in this long line of the heat race number 3 for the factory stocks. Dakota Hurley with the lead. He's got Alan Torres breathing down his neck. About 2 car lengths back going into turn 4. Looks like 21B, E.J. Gilpin starting to sneak up there as well. Laps are clicking away. Factory stocks. Heat race number 3. We'll have a B main for them. We got about 30, 31 cars tonight. 2 laps to go. That time by the flag stand is Dakota Hurley doing a great job out there. Alan Torres got nothing for him in this heat race. Gilpin a distant third as the white flag comes out one more time around. And there's your checker flag win. We talked to him last night. Him and his brother, Dakota Hurley, comes home with the win in the 40. Alan Torres, again, that car is for sale. If you're interested, be sure to check in with him. He finishes up in second. Looks like E.J. Gilpin grabs the 3rd spot. Ricky Vela sending over an email tonight. They are watching Race on Texas all the way from Castroville. All right, we appreciate you. Thank you to the Vela clan out there watching from Castroville. I'd love to play golf out there as well. Be out there next week, matter of fact, at the Alsatian. 2 weeks. 2 weeks at the Alsatian. Rocky and Sophie Custer watching from Beeville. Thank you. They're cheering on their cousin Riley Heil, who had a good showing here just a few minutes ago in the 30 factory stock. Thank you for watching from Beeville to the Custers. Yes. Heat race number 4 for the factory stocks. 34H out of Lacoste, Robbie Minton. Out of Von Ormy, 93, Aaron Letty. From Bunnell, Florida, driving the 3, Gary Butler. In the 22M from San Antonio, Randy Frauci, John Leda from Inez in the 17. Big main event winner. He's motoring around in the 747 tonight, G.W. Hessong. He got the main event win last night. He's coming back tonight sniffing around for a $2,000 winner's purse. 13, Johnny Johnson from McAllen, and 44K from Lavernia, Catherine Keelick. All right. 4th and final heat race. All in design factory stocks. Picking up speed. Here they come. Robbie Minton and Aaron Letty on the front row leading their way down. Letty on the outside. Minton on the inside as they're trying to break away early from this pack. '17, John Leda off the track. 17 off the track, Leda. Robbie Minton, 34H, backing off to second as Letty giving him a good battle coming out of turn 4. The 3 of Gary Butler settling into 3rd. Car number 3, position 3. Got a long way to go to catch up to your second place car, Robbie Minton. Minton still staying right there on the backside of Aaron Letty. Yellow, yellow, yellow. All right, we'll get everybody matched up where they need to be. Jonathan McElveen, he is watching tonight. Trying to tell me he's watching from Zabakalski Krai, Russia, but I don't think so. He's really over in Victoria. Nice try, Jonathan. Trying to trick me on that. Zabakalski Krai, Russia. All right, that's a good one. Jonathan, thank you. Brian Harbison tuning in once again. He is watching from Killdeer, North Dakota. And he's actually being honest with me tonight. He's saying he's pretending to work while watching Race on Texas. Way to go, Brian. Appreciate you jumping back on here again. Scoring tower, taking a look at the lineup and getting things fixed. Looks like the flag man's got the rolled up green flag ready to go. Lineup is good. Aaron Letty got the number 1 position. Looks like Robbie Minton has chosen the inside of the double car lineup right behind him. Right after we finish this heat race for the factory stocks, the tuners will be out for 2 heat races, followed by the IMCA modifieds for their 2 heat races. All right, picking up speed, green, green, green on the restart. Here we go. Aaron Letty in the all-white 99, trying to separate himself on the restart, doing a pretty good job. 2-3 car length lead going into turn 3. Here comes the 3 of Gary Butler, trying to move up into second by Robbie Minton. Minton holding him off as Minton holds that low line. Butler holds the high line. Minton goes up the track right in front of Butler. Butler has to tap the brakes, and that's not going to be beneficial as that 4th place car comes right up alongside Butler. Now the challenge and shuffles Butler back. That is the 13, Johnny Johnson. That's a tough break there for Butler as he had to tap the brakes to avoid contact with Minton, and when he did, Johnson was able to shoot up past him into 3rd. Aaron Letty, a nice easy race right now in this 4th heat race for the factory stocks. We'll be having a B main to see who else is going to make it into the main event later on tonight. There's 2 laps to go this time by. Letty with a good lead over Robbie Minton. Johnny Johnson looks like he's going to have to settle for a 3rd place finish as the checkered flag's going to come up the next time by. White flag. 1 more lap to go. 99, Aaron Letty. And come home with an easy win tonight in this 4th heat race. Checkered flag held high. Robbie Minton, Johnny Johnson, Gary Butler, and the 44 at Catherine Keelik finishing in that top 5 group for the all-in design factory stocks. Shout out to Zach Freeman watching from 3 Rivers, Texas tonight, cheering on Johnny Torres out there on the 4-wheeler. Zach, I'm sure he'll appreciate that. All right, next up, Your I-37 tuners. He took the main event tonight. He's on the front row tonight on the pole. Sean Leisure from Mansfield, Texas in the 67L. Jennifer Kidd in the 43 out of San Antonio. Dylan Kowalik from San Antonio driving the T14 tonight. Kowalik crazies out there. The girlfriend was nice enough to give up her car because he had problems with the 29. But driving the T14 tonight. John Bullard from Cibolo in the 12. 15 from Floresville, Devin Surratt. Michael Burris Jr. from Marion in the 81. And rounding out the group, scheduled Rod Tate from San Antonio driving the 70 tuner. Some people know them as Sport Compacts. But here they're called tuners. Lights are out. Here we go. That 70 of Tate way off the pace. Green flag, green light, off and running. Main event winner last night, Sean Leisure, starting on the pole tonight, and he jumps out to a quick lead. Wasting little time. Here comes Dylan Kowalik in the T14 blasting up into second. The initial time by the flag stand. 43, Jennifer Kidd in third, but that's about to change as the 81 of Michael Burris Jr. goes slinging around the outside. He takes the high road coming out of turn 2, leaves Jennifer Kidd in the dust. Moves up into third, shuffles her back one spot. '15 of Devin Surratt hitting on the back of Jennifer Kidd's car as everybody spreads out single file. Leisure, pretty good lead right now. Dylan Kowalik's got his work cut out for him to catch up. Here comes the 81, always in contention, Michael Burris Jr. Got to watch out now as they catch up with the car that's in the very back. Rod Tate about to be put down one lap as your race leader, Sean Leisure, goes by. Leisure with that commanding lead right now. Dylan Kowalik's got nothing to stay up with him. Now Kowalik's got to worry about 81 Michael Burris Jr. trying to snag away that second position. They go along the outside wall to go by Tate. But man, Sean Leisure on a mission tonight. Would love to get the win last night and then get the win this evening. 325 in the winner's pocket for the main event winner in the tuners this evening. And he's just blowing away the field right now. It's going to be a battle for second, it looks like, over the rest of this race as Dylan Kowalik is trying to hold off the hard charge of the 81 of Michael Burris Jr. with one lap to go, this time by the flag stand. Checkered flag coming up now. Sean Leisure. Easy. A leisurely race for Sean Leisure. Took that win at his leisure. Had a leisurely drive around the track. How many more times can I use that word? Would have had a couple of more tuners here tonight. Six-pack Racing, Riker and Levi Hernandez not able to make it out tonight. Blew a motor in one car, and the other car is just not working right, so they're watching a race on Texas from the shop. So Jeremy Hernandez and Six-Pack Racing missing here tonight, but hopefully we'll see them in the near future. Thank you, Jeremy, for sending us that update. Here comes heat race number 2 for the tuners. Another spectator on Race on Texas, legend car driver Lee Vincent, watching from Corpus Christi. Lee, thank you for checking in tonight. Lineup looks good. Lights are out. Brandon McCall, Ryan McDonald on the front row. Justin Sitterly, Sean Tracy, second row. Jamie Garner, John Thomas, third row. Picking up speed. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Second heat race for the Tuners. Good group of 13 here tonight. Brandon McCall out of Von Ormy in the 14. 8-16, your points champion, Ryan McDonald. Starting up front. And McDonald grabs the lead. First time by, shuffles McCall back to second. McCall settles up on the highlight as he gets in behind Brandon McDonald, who's got the lead. Here comes Jamie Garner in the 33. Moving up into the third position, trailed by 88, Justin Sitterly. Jamie Garner up to third now, trying to chase down the white over blue 14 of Brandon McCall. Garner would love to move up from third to second in this heat race, get a better starting spot in tonight's main event where the Tuners are racing for $325 to win. Halfway point this time by. Watch the Jamie Garner silver 33 sneaking up on the inside of Brandon McCall. Trying to grab that second position away from McCall as Ryan McDonald is checked out in this race. Way ahead of everybody right now, but now it's a race for second. Jamie Garner coming up on the inside of turn number 2. He takes the inside move, powers it down the back straightaway. Had second place for just a moment. McCall pulls right back next to him. And now Jamie Garner grabs sole third. Don't count out the 88. Justin Sitterly trying to move up an additional spot. Sitterly's got to be careful, though. He's got a competitor right next to him as the white flag comes up. 1 lap to go. Ryan McDonald, easy drive out there. Jamie Garner up to second. McCall back to third. Sitterly in fourth. Whoa, Sitterly getting loose out there in turn 3 off the grid. He goes off the track. Checkered flag comes out. McDonald with the win. Garner in second, McCall third. The 9T of John Thomas was out there racing with the Sitterly car, and Sitterly got loose out there on the back straightaway into turn 3, and he went right off the track. Just as he got past the exit of the turn 3 exit, he went flying off the track. I'm sure they'll go back there and make sure he's okay. Robert, thank you for the email, but you're not going to get me on that one. All right, here come the Price Chevrolet. Price Chevrolet IMCA Modifieds. First of 2 heat races. Scheduled in this one, 24R from Lacoste, Robbie Minton. 5R, also from Lacoste, Ryan Doyen. In the 8G, Greg Dinsmore. 89C, Stephen Whitaker Jr. from Robstown. From College Station, the 96 at Jared Moppin, Cameron Starry. From Corpus in the 741, and the 5S from Atkins, DJ Schroet. Lights are out. 2 heat races for the Price Chevrolet IMCA Modifieds. 7 cars in this first one, 6 in the next one. Here they come, picking up speed. Green flag, green light. This is only a heat race, but we got some great drivers in this one tonight. Minton, Doyen, Dinsmore, Whitaker, Moppin, Starry, and Schroet. Man, this could be a main event all by itself, but it's heat race number 1. .24R Robbie Minton jumping out to the lead. Here comes Stephen Whitaker Jr. He's on the prowl. He's on the hunt. He's been perfect over the weekend. 4-0 in races that he's won. Whitaker on the high side of turn 2, trying to get past the 24R Robbie Minton, and he does, looking to go 5-0. He's got 2 heat race wins. He's got 2 main event wins. Trying to snag that checkered flag for a 5th time this weekend as he shuffles Minton back to 2nd, and he's falling back further. Ryan Doyen 3rd in the 5R. Greg Dinsmore 4th in the 8G. Robbie Minton having a little bit of issue coming out of turn 2 there. Got checked up just a little bit. That put a lot of larger gap between him and Whitaker. Minton holds on to 2nd. But it's about a 3-mile lead when Stephen Whitaker Jr.'s out front. Everybody racing for 2nd right now. Minton's in 2nd. Here comes Greg Dinsmore in the 8G in 3rd as they go by the flag stand at the halfway point. Greg Dinsmore trying to get on the inside of Minton, trying to move up that 1 additional spot. Wasn't able to do it coming out of turn 3. Has to back off of it coming down the front straightaway. Dinsmore with the crossover move in turn 2, trying to gun it down the back straightaway. Minton's got enough horsepower to stay ahead of him and keeps Dinsmore in 3rd. Here comes the checkered flag. Easy win. Stephen Whitaker Jr. goes 5-0 now. Robbie Minton finishing up in 2nd, and Greg Dinsmore finishing in 3rd. Stephen Whitaker Jr. in different classes so far this weekend. 5 races, 5 checkered flag wins. That guy is a tough hombre to catch. He's driving his 89C, and he's also driving the Johnny Torres 66 later tonight, and we'll see if he can go 6-0 if he can win that main event. IMCA Modified, sponsored by Price Chevrolet, racing for $1,000 to win in the main event coming up later tonight. Heat race number 2. IMCA Modifieds, Matt Fox, 53XX from Kerrville. Craig Oakes out of Marshall in the 91. Cody Clark from Converse in the 5. From Schertz, Texas, the 77 of Robert Lisi Jr., Marlon Sanford from San Antonio. He's in the 28 Modified, and rounding out the group, the 8 of Logan Dinsmore from Kerrville. Looks like Sanford may not be out there in the 28. Supposed to have 6 of them. My Northeast School District math says there's only 5 out there right now. Well, we're going to race who's out there. Lights are out. Here we go. Green flag, green light. And first time, who's it going to be? It's the 91 of Craig Oakes. Jumping out to the early lead, down into turn 2 and down the back straightaway, 53X. Double X, Matt Fox, trying to get up into the mix. Flagman keeps an eye on him coming out of turn 4. Oaks, Fox, Dinsmore, and Lacey leads those front 4 of 5 that are on the track. 28, Marlon Sanford, not able to make it out here for the heat race. If he makes it out for the main event, going to be way back in the back of the pack. Halfway point coming up right now. Flagman shows them cross flags. 4 down, 4 to go. Easy run out there for Craig Oaks. Logan Dinsmore trying to move up an additional spot. He does, up into second place. Logan Dinsmore coming all the way up. Now being challenged one more time. Matt Fox in the 53 double X, not wanting to let go of that second place spot, but he does. Gets shuffled back to third as the young Dinsmore moves up into a solid second with 2 laps to go this time by. Final lap, white lap, 1 lap to go. Logan Dinsmore trying to move up on him. Dinsmore trying to catch up to the 91 of Craig Oaks, but it looks like he may have run out of time. Logan's got a feel for the car, feel for the track. Here's the checkered flag win. Craig Oaks, Logan Dinsmore, Matt Fox, 1, 2, 3. Okay, what they're doing right now is they're getting the cars ready for the B main. Those that have not already qualified for the main event tonight. So we're going to have B mains for the limited modifieds and the factory stocks. Looks like it's going to be a 12-lap B main for the limited modifieds, sponsored by Swenson Race Products. And it looks like a 15-lap main event for the factory stock, sponsored by All In Designs. Not only do we say thank you to the fans that come out to the racetrack all the time, but we got to say a big thank you to all the sponsors of the race classes and the race track specifically that keep things moving out here. And it's been a great, great year. Man, I can't believe we got that one person watching from Hawaii, Britt Moody. That is fantastic. Hawaii, a beautiful place. I was in the Marines there for a number of years. If you ever get a chance to go, be sure to head out to Hawaii. Coming up here at intermission, we're going to have a trick-or-treat candy giveaway for the boys and girls and some of y'all that think you're still young. And then anybody that has a costume tonight, we'll have a kids costume contest and an adult costume contest. Try to figure out who's going to win some prizes from the track. Hey, be sure also head down to the souvenir stand, man. We got some great hats for you to wear around South Texas and wherever you may be traveling representing I-37 Speedway. And got some short sleeve T-shirts down there as well. And also just fresh off the press earlier this morning, the DTK Memorial 3rd Anniversary T-shirts are down there as well. Great night here last night. We sold out of the long sleeve shirts and we sold out of the hoodies. Man, those went fast. I think because it was pretty daggum chilly last night. But doesn't seem to be as cool this evening. What is that? Is that a bumblebee I see? I see those wings on the back of your shirt. I see it, yeah. Yeah. I'm pointing. Yeah. B Main, I'm ready, baby. If it was me, you would win. If I was a judge. Sorry. All right, limited modifies, sponsored by Swenson Race Products. Are going to be the first ones up on the track. All right, so the limited modified, sponsored by Swenson Race Products. The top 5 that finish this race will move on to the main event. So you got to finish in that top 5 to get a coveted starting spot in the main. If not, you're 6 all the way back to 12th. You automatically become a spectator the rest of the night. Top 5, limited modified, will move on to tonight's A main, where they're going to be racing for $1,000 to win in the limited modifieds, in the IMCA modifieds, and $2,000 to win in the factory stock. Give us just a moment on these cars. We're just letting everybody know where they line up and that we're ready to go, and they'll be out here in just a moment. Okay, we're also going to have the officials kind of tell these drivers where to roll the track in. We're going to have them roll in the top of the racetrack here at I-37 tonight and make it a lot wider groove for these limited modifieds, sponsored by Swenson Race Products. This is going to be a really interesting B main for the limited modifieds. Got some pretty big names in here, and we're only taking the top 5, and a couple of them are towards the back. So they're going to have their work cut out for them in this 12-lap main event. Here is who's scheduled in this one. Ben Meklicek in the 13M, 66B Logan Bearden, 99 Caden Honeycutt, 95 Sterling Tausch, The 12R is Raleigh Rodriguez. Nathan Oakes driving the 21. Tom Grothew's in the 11T. 00K, Oliver Billingsley. Chandler Fox in the 53X. Jared Moppin in the 96, starting in the 10th spot. J.J. Jennings starting in the 11th spot in the 26. And Cameron Bolschow out of Lytle in the 18. Want to try to give these drivers the best racing conditions possible. They're rolling in that top side. Going to send them around a few more times to make sure it all looks good. The coveted spot to hit tonight's got to be in the top 5. If you're 6th or back, you can pack it up and come up and watch the rest of the races with us, because only the top 5 are moving on to the limited modified A main. Going to send him around 3 more times to make sure the racing service is in a good spot for him. Good shape. Thank you, everybody that sent the emails to me tonight. If you're just tuning in to Race on Texas, thank you for putting it on the channel and enjoying the races from wherever you are. Hawaii looks like it's the furthest away tonight. Pearl Harbor. Killdeer, North Dakota coming in a close second. And then spots all over South and Central Texas. All right, beginning to tell the drivers to line up side by side. Let's get ready to go racing. The 00K. Billingsley having some issues out there in turn 1 and 2, slowly going around. Okay, we're going to give Billingsley just another moment or two to catch back up to the pack. We didn't want to start too much of a head start on Billingsley, so now he's going to catch up to the back of the pack, and now we're going to go next time by. Flagman was ready to go right then, but he saw the distance between Billingsley and the rest of the group, so he threw out the yellow one more time. All right. Top 5 move on. Ben Meklicek and Logan Bearden on the front row. Caden Honeycutt and Sterling Tao second row. Here they come, revving up their engines, heading this way. Top 5 got to move on. 12 lap B main at I-37, the DTK Memorial Race. Shooting for $1,000 to win in the envelope tonight. But you can't win $1,000 or have an opportunity to do so if you don't make the A main. Whoa, watch the 66 of Bearden getting caught up there. A little tangled up with the 99. He's okay, though. Yellow comes out on the track. Might have had some contact between the 12R and the J.J. Jennings car. 12R Raleigh Rodriguez, 26 J.J. Jennings. Jennings moving those tires back and forth to make sure he's still got flexible steering. Jennings talking to one of the officials. Official looked at the car and guess everything must be okay as Jennings catches up to the back of the pack in the 26 Limited Modified. Meklicek and Caden Honeycutt staying right up front. All right, we're going to swap around a couple of cars here. '21 Nathan Oakes being shuffled to the back. Looks like the 26 Oakes car is going to get his spot, or not Oakes, but J.J. Jennings is going to get his spot back. Lights are out. Flagman keeps an eye on him coming out of turn 3 and 4. Here we go. Green, green, green. Off and running one more time. Ben Meklicek. He's in the coveted spot right now in the top 5. Jared Maupin in the 96 swinging around the outside. Trying to move up into the top 5 as well. He needs to get into the A main later tonight. Right now, the 5th position is the 12 of Raleigh Rodriguez. Keep an eye on that 12 car. He is in the 5th position. That's the transfer spot. As long as he stays there, he's in. Caden Honeycutt, meanwhile, moving up on the backside of Meklicek. Here comes Jared Maupin in the 96. Maupin's going to go to the outside, looking around the right side of Caden Honeycutt. Brings it around turn 3 and 4. Maupin goes to the high side along the outside wall. Jared Maupin, what a great move. Goes from 3rd to 1st just like that. Fantastic move by the young driver Jared Maupin in the 96. Meklicek and Honeycutt got to be saying, whoa, wait a minute, who was that? Jared Maupin went blowing past him along the outside wall of the front straightaway, and now he's opening up a pretty good 5-6 car length lead over your previous race leaders. Honeycutt now moving his way up to 2nd, shuffling Meklicek back to 3rd. The 5th spot, the transfer spot, still belongs to the 12 car of Raleigh Rodriguez. That's the magical position right there. 12, Rodriguez still holds it. Yellow, yellow, yellow. '53X Chandler Fox out of Kerrville. Having some issues up there. And turn number 2. Jared Maupin, though, what a great move by that driver in the 96. Finds himself up front. He was in third place coming out of turn 4. Went along the outside wall, went by Meklicek and Honeycutt. Grabbed first, was starting to open up a pretty big lead, 4, 5, 6 car lengths before that yellow came out. So it'll bring them all back together. Well, what a great move there by Jared Maupin in that 96. Third to first, right down the front straightaway. But now he's got Caden Honeycutt. He's settled up into second. Ben Meklicek third in the 13M. We're going to put the 95 Sterling Tausch. I'm hearing them say in his headset that he needs to go to the rear. Okay, so there's a mistake by the scoring tower. 95 Tausch gets his spot back. The yellow is on Fox, so he'll go to the back. Johnny Torres doing his best impression of a limited modified on the four-wheeler. Lineup is good. 1 to go. The 5th transfer spot should be Raleigh Rodriguez at 12. Keep an eye on that 12R car. He's been in 5th place for a mighty long time, but every time that yellow flag comes out, it jeopardizes and brings the group back together, jeopardizes the possibility of him holding on to that 5th spot. The 12R. Here we go. Jared Maupin steps on the gas, takes off. Here we go. Green flag, green light. '26 J.J. Jennings. He is in 6th position right now, and he's going to try to chase down Raleigh Rodriguez to get into that transfer spot. Meanwhile, Jared Maupin one more time, just blasting away from the pack and opening up a larger lead down the front straightaway over Caden Honeycutt. Ben Meklicek, 95 Sterling Tausch leaves the track. Whoa, watch out, spin up in turn 2. Look like a solo spin, keep on going. Turn it around, get back up on the track, big boy. Come on, J.J. Jennings. Oh, he was in 6th position and absolutely looped it on his own, and that's going to cost him an A main appearance tonight. Heartbreak for J.J. Jennings in the 26 as he leaves the track. He had a chance to catch up and get by Raleigh Rodriguez, but looped it in turn 2. His night is done. His new name, Spectator. 2 laps to go, this time by the flag stand. He shows it to him. Maupin, Honeycutt, Meklicek, and the 66B of Logan Bearden. Raleigh Rodriguez still in that 5th position, but now being challenged down the back straightaway. White flag, 1 lap to go. It is going to be a race for 5th. Raleigh Rodriguez has held it this entire night, but he just got past. Rodriguez is going to have to be real aggressive on this final 3/4 of a lap. He retakes the 5th spot coming out of turn 2. Checker flag, Maupin, Honeycutt, Meklicek, Bearden, and Rodriguez. Holy cow. Raleigh Rodriguez in the black 12R. Started in the 5th position at the beginning of the race. He held 5th place all the way around. Dropped back to 6th place for about a 1/4 of a lap. Overtook his competitor, and Raleigh Rodriguez moves on to the A main. Rodriguez had to get aggressive. He took that low line out there in turn 1 to grab that 5th place spot away, and comes out of the back straightaway with the 5th place finish, and that's good for him. Raleigh Rodriguez, 12R. Factory stocks, sponsored by All In Designs, coming up. This is a 15-lap main event, or B main event. All right, 4 heat races were done earlier tonight in the factory stock, sponsored by All In Designs. We took the top 4 in each of those heat races, so that gave us 16 that are already locked in. And now in this 15-lap main event, we're going to take the top 4 in this B main to move on. Let's see who the competitors are. Trying to get into that A main, shooting for $2,000 to win tonight. 58, John Aramendia, Johnny Westfall in the 9. 133, Megan Dotson and Catherine Keelick in the 44K. 02, Shannon Maurer. 56, Brian Schneider. Casey Kraus coming out of Seguin in the 23K. Randy Frauci in the 22M. 8C, Cameron Dinsmore. 154, Brian Rye. Daniel Lopez in the 15. G.W. Hessong, our main event winner last night in the 747. Mickey Helms in the 174. Jerry Miller ready for action in the 75. William Cavender in the 15. John Leda in the 17. And rounding out the group, Alan Alexander in the 98. And Robert Keelick from Divine in the 92R. Those were the ones scheduled to appear. Getting told now we're probably missing about 3 or 4 cars that are scheduled for the event. I think maybe the 92R Keelick and 17 Leda may be missing. That's 2 of the cars, I believe, not out on the starting grid. Man, if there was $2,000 on the line for the factory stock main event, you know I'd be out there on that track if I was scheduled for it. But there may be something wrong with the car, and they just can't go, and they'll call it a night. Final B main of the night before we head off to intermission. Flagman shows them to get lined up 2 by 2. We'll see who grabs that initial 4th position once they shake it out over a lap or 2, and that'll be the car we keep an eye on. Trying to motion that William Cavender car to catch up to the group. We're ready to go racing as the lights go out on the back straightaway. We're going factory stock B main, top 4. Move on to the A main with the chance to race for $2,000 for the win. Right now, we got to figure out which 4 are moving on. Lights are out. Flagman kicks it into gear. John Aramendia leads him down the front straightaway in factory stock 58 with Johnny Westfall right next to him. And we got misery in turn 1 early in the race. Main event winner G.W. Hessong gets caught up in that early, along with Kraus out there in the 23, Casey Kraus out of Seguin. And it looks like the 747, our main event winner last night, G.W. Hessong, is off the track. That is heartbreak for him as he came in here with a great run last night, took the main event win, and was looking to make it to the A main tonight and race for some more money, but that's an early night for him, as well as the hook going out to turn 2. Casey Kraus with some issues in that 23. We're going to have a complete restart once we get everything cleared and back together. No laps complete. Both the cars that were involved will be off the track, so everybody will go back to their original starting spot. John Aramendia sitting right up there on the pole, man. He blasted off quickly. Johnny Westfall will try to hang with him in the 9, as well as Megan Dotson. Oh, Dotson got that little accordion there as the 44 bumped into the Dotson car. Playing bumper cars like at the old Breckenridge Park, Playland Park. Not sure why R&D is stopping. There's plenty of room to make it by. The 44K at Catherine Keelik bumping into Megan Dotson a couple of times there, but no meanness there. It's just she stopped in front of her. Thank you for coming out to the racetrack tonight. We appreciate you. Right after this factory stock B main, we'll go to our intermission, and we've got some trick-or-treat candy to give away to the kids. We've got the costume contest, so we'll try to get through that as quickly as possible and get to our A mains, where everybody's going to be racing for some big money tonight. Limited mods and mods, $1,000 to win. Factory stocks, $2,000, and then the tuners, $325. Britt Moody watching from Pearl Harbor. Britt, I was stationed over on the other side at Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station for a while. Back in the late 70s and early 80s. So Hawaii is a beautiful place to be. Jeremy Hernandez and Six Pack Racing, probably cleaning out that cluttered garage over there. Or drinking beer, one of the two. I'm not even going to say what SOS Racing is probably doing over there. I got a good idea. Rachel Plant snuggled up with her honey bunny up there. All the fine folks down in Victoria cheering on their drivers, also down in Corpus Christi. Killdeer, North Dakota, supposed to be working, but he's watching racing instead. Good job. All right, got the 23 of Casey Kraus now cleared off the track. It'll be a complete restart. Flagman letting them know to line back up side by side. Complete restart. Going green this time by, wasting no time getting this factory stock B main back underway. Here we go, green flag, green light is John Armandia. Leads him down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2 with Johnny Westfall right there with him. Watch the 133 of Megan Dotson out of Portland, Texas, settling into third. Here comes Shannon Maurer, the mullet, moving up into that coveted fourth spot in the 0-2. That is a transfer spot. The mullet, Shannon Maurer, has worked his way up in the 0-2 to fourth, and now he's going to have to hold off all those contenders that are behind him. Great job by Armandia. Blast off right at the very beginning. Westfall staying with them and giving chase. Megan Dotson, she's doing a great job, hanging in third in your fourth position. That's the one he's going to try to hold on to, Shannon Maurer. He's in fourth, gives a little back tap there to Megan Dotson, letting her know he'd like to move up into that third spot and put her in that jeopardized fourth spot. Keep an eye on the 0-2. Maurer going on the inside. Oh, here comes a new player. 154, Brian Rye. He says, hold my beer, I want that fourth spot. And he's driving it hard down the front straightaway, and he grabs it. He's up to third, Brian Rye. Shannon Maurer, he's in the fourth spot as Megan Dotson gets caught on the outside. Dotson caught behind Rye. Shannon Maurer trying to get Brian Rye to go faster so he can stay in that 4th position. Johnny Westfall now on the inside of John Armandia. Armandia trying to hold that steering wheel hard. Westfall inching ahead down the back straightaway into turn 3. Shannon Maurer in the 0-2, still in that coveted transfer spot. The 4th spot to make it into the A main to race for $2,000 to win. Megan Dotson got shuffled all the way back to 5th in the 133. Still a tight pack of those front 4. Maurer would like to get by the 154 of Brian Ryan, get a little bit better starting position in the A main as they come up on the halfway point. Armandia shuffled back to a solid 2nd place as Johnny Westfall was able to slowly get past him over the last 2-3 laps and gets out into a solid 1st with the lead. Armandia, Maurer, and Brian Rye, your front 4. Those are the ones that are going to be locked in if they finish in that spot. Maurer, one more time, making a move, gets by Rye. Now challenging on the inside of Armandia. Would like to finish in 2nd if he can. Muscles it out of turn 4. Comes up side by side with Armandia. Going to try it again in turn number 1 and 2. Maurer holds that steering wheel hard. Takes that low line coming out of turn 2. Couldn't do anything with it there as Armandia holds on to 2nd. '15, Daniel Lopez out of the race. He's in the infield. Right now, your front 4 are pretty solidly locked in right now, as they've broken away from Megan Dotson, who's a distant 5th. Westfall, Armandia, Maurer, and Rye. Maurer still trying to figure out a way to get by Armandia. He'd love to finish 2nd instead of 3rd. Not that it'll make a lot of difference in the back of the pack of that A main, but every little spot helps. Westfall now opening up a little bit of a lead coming out of turn 2. Shannon Maurer going from 4th to 3rd. Now moving up to 2nd. Shannon Maurer, the mullet, works his way up. He goes by Armandia and Brian Rye. William Cavender's got to get out of the way of those front runners, but it's a 4-car breakaway right now. These 4 solidly out front. Brian Rye now on the inside of Armandia with 1 lap to go. Well, Johnny Westfall in the all-white number 9 is going to lock himself into this one, as is the 0-2 of Shannon Maurer. 154 Brian Rye, and 58 John Armandia in that coveted 4th position. Wow. All right, well, we've got all the cars locked in to the A main tonight, and it's going to be a good one as they're racing $1,000 to win for the modifieds and sport mods, $2,000 for the factory stocks, $325 for the tuners. I tell you what, if you are in a Halloween costume right now, if you would come down to the gate down right behind the flag stand. If you're in a Halloween costume, please come down to the gate. You're in yours year round. All right, wait right there by the gate. Right there by the gate. All right, single file, no pushing, no scratching, no biting. All right. What in the world do we got there? All right, line up right along the gates, or along the fence. Wait right here, and I'll be right back.
Okay, what are we doing? You know, if you just ask the kids if they want to be in the costume contest, right? I want to do it by fan vote, don't you think? Okay. There's an awful lot of them. So we're going to do adult and kids? Yeah. Okay. And what about the prize? What's the prize? $50. $50. Are any more cars coming out? Or are these the people that have the candy? Okay. All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do right now. Right now, for all the kids, whether you're in costume or not, we're going to get the candy all loose up down here. We're going to let you walk by the cars, okay? And parents, please listen, okay? We're going to let you walk by the cars, pick up a little bit of candy as you go by. And I tell you what, drivers, stay on this side of the car, okay? Stay on this side. Parents, kids, walk this way, grab some candy, come around the other way, and then, hold on. You're hungry, I know. Okay, go this way to get the candy, come back along the fence line. If you're in costume, I want you to go over on this side of the fence. If you're not in costume, then go ahead and go back to the grandstands, okay? Ready, set, go. Come on out. Grab some candy. Grab some candy. Grab some candy. And grab as quickly as you can. Make your way, because we got a lot to do tonight. A lot to do. And race fans, how about a round of applause for these drivers that came out here tonight to hand out the candy to the boys and girls. Thank you to all the drivers that are out here tonight. We appreciate you and what you do for the youngsters out here. Okay, last call. Last call. All right, drivers, if you can, start to move your cars. He's doing a fine job. Great job. All right, hurry. I see the Marks clan isn't following rules. Hey, I'm just calling it like I see it. Yeah.
I have some shirts I want to give out just for the kids and the two. I'm going to stood to the crowd.
Okay.
So, you can tell them if you want to.
All right. What shirts are they?
My shirt, my personal shirts.
Okay. All right. Dylan Gaither's got some shirts he's going to throw up into the grandstands. A good young driver, improving each and every year. So watch out. He throws like Dak Prescott. Oh, noodle arm there. All right. Throw it up there, Dylan. All right, as Matthew McConaughey says. Okay, if you're not in costume, please clear the track, get back into the grandstands. Please go back to the grandstands. Dylan, as soon as you throw your last shirt, move your car, and everybody will just follow. Yes. If you want to be in the contest. Yes. All right. Good luck to all these drivers in their main events tonight. And again, thank you for bringing out the candy for the youngsters. Appreciate that very much. Mark. Preston. Okay, everybody against this fence over, stay along the fence, one side or the other. Well, we got to get these cars out of the way. If you're not in costume, we need you over in the grandstands. We need to get things going. Hurry.
What are we, judges or something?
Yeah. Okay, let's get these. Okay, where's all of my adults in a costume? All adults in a costume? You're high on drugs, man. Come here, you hippie freak. All right, you come right over here. All right, all adults that are in costume. Well, you're not an adult. You're not an adult. You got to be over there, baby.
Over there.
Okay. Okay, any other adults? I mean, some of y'all look like you're in costume all year. Ray, Dorian. Okay, all right. Come here. What? Stay right there, adults. All right.
Huddle.
Don't try to bribe the judges. It's not going to work.
Go to the gate.
Okay, I need y'all to stay right there for just a second. All right. Now, I need all children. Man, what's the youngest we have over here? Like a year old? Okay, so we'll start with you. All right. 0 to 4 years old. I need you right over here. 0 to 4 years old. 0 to 4. Please come right over here. Hurry, hurry. You guys want to be home before midnight? I know I do. 0 to 4. And we need you side by side. Side by side. 0 to 4. 0 to 4. Okay, is that it? Okay. Judges, so this time, since it's a bigger group, we're just going to kind of walk down. Let's take a look at who we have here, and we'll figure it out. All right. What's up there, Captain America? Yeah, we got a police officer, and we got a mouse. We got a witch. Okay. All right, let's go over here real quick. Come here. Okay, in the 0 to 4 category, the winner is the koala bear. All right, so you stay right here. Stay right here. The rest of you, also, well, this Gizmo. All right, no food or water after midnight. Gizmo, stay right there. Everybody else, how about a round of applause for these kiddos here? Back to the grandstands. Parents, thank you. Kids, you did a great job. All right, keep Gizmo right there. All right. 5 to... Koala bear? Oh, the koala bear. I did. Koala bear, you stay here. Gizmo, you look like you're not interested anyway. Look at that, man. He's got... No, I'm sorry. I didn't see the koala bear. And that's what they chose it. Sorry. Koala bear with the win. Gizmo looking good. All right. Koala bear, stay there. I don't think he's going anywhere. 5 to 8 years old. Same thing. Come on right down here. 5 to 8. Single file facing the crowd. 5 to 8. Couple of you go down that way. Move down just a little bit. Move down. 5 to 8. Okay, single file. Any more? 5 to 8. All right, judges, let's take a look here. All right, let's take a look at got the little old lady right here. I like that. Yeah, little old lady looks good. They made a movie about this one right here. There's his twin brother down there. Got the princess down here. Got a couple of Spider-Men. Spider-Man, Spider-Boy. Got a race car driver. Michael Myers, I saw your movie the other day. It was pretty good. All right. Judges, I think we're ready. All right.
I like the princess on the end, and I like the banana. Well, here's what I'm looking for. Okay.
How about a round of applause for all these kids right here? They're looking good in these costumes. Tonight's winner in this age group going into the finals is the little old lady. All right, so young little old lady, can you hear me? Because you're old. I need you to step back just a little bit. Everybody else back to the grandstands. Right there is fine. She's already hard of hearing. Okay. Everybody else, get in line right here. If you haven't been in the contest yet, get in line. We got people on drugs, man. They put way too much thought into this. Okay, all right. Last group. Let's take a look and see what kind of contestants we have out here. All right. Yes, little old lady, stay there. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. How about a round of applause for all these contestants here? Just want to let you parents know a lot of these weirdos will be driving real soon. Not sure about that. All right. The winner in this group and moving on to the finals is the Upside Down Clown. All right, everybody else, thank you. You are our future. Go on back to the grandstands. I am nervous as hell right now. Oh my goodness. But y'all look great. I love y'all's costumes. Everybody did a great job. This little old lady's freaking me out down here. She's just, excuse me. I'm about to die tomorrow, she just said. What is your name?
Elena Vasquez.
Elena Vasquez. What old age home do you live in? Ah, gotcha. All right. How old are you?
8.
68? 8, okay. Yeah, she yells like a grandmother, too. Who does this maniac belong to? Oh, you're the one with the wings on the back. Okay, you're not the winner anymore. Okay, so little old lady, move up just a little bit. Use your cane to help you out. Now, the adult winner was... Okay, for $50 in the adult division, the winner is Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse, stay right there. Minnie Mouse, Mickey Mouse, stay right there. The two other losers, get out of here.
Hey, at least our team's winning, unlike your cat.
Yeah, get out of here. All right, hippie freak, get out of here. Go do some drugs. Okay, now judges, we have to look at these and figure out who wins in the kids group, okay?
It's in all of them? One out of these three right here, we have to figure out the overall winner. The kid winner gets 50, she's already got 50. So, these three. Good? You know when you figure it out.
Hurry, she's about to fall asleep. Okay. Coming in third place and winning absolutely nothing. The upside down clown. Third place. Somebody help that clown. Not you, little old lady. Grandma Vasquez. You got some tortillas in the kitchen? All right. Oh, Lord. How old are you again? 8? You're a handful. Man. 68. Did you sign up for Medicare already? What's your boyfriend's name? He died. He died. You're a black widow. You killed him for his money. Yes, I did. That's what she said. Okay, Koala Bear, move down just a little bit, because now Minnie Mouse in the adult division has already won $50. The winner of the... Would you be quiet? We got to get her home in time to see Matlock. All right. The winner of the old little people division is the little old lady. All right. Little old lady, stay right there. Minnie Mouse, come on down here. Well, that arthritis healed up real fast. She's got that down perfect, too. I think I've been behind her at HEB. She grabbed the last loaf of bread and looked at me while she did it. Okay, so we're gonna get each of you $50 right there. Congratulations, 50. 50. She's got that. Hey, let me hold that for you. She's going to put it in her dress sock, is what she said. This girl is way ahead of her time. Yeah, she said. All right, how about a round of applause for Minnie Mouse? Minnie Mouse, you can leave. Now, we're going to try to find a boyfriend for Ms. Vasquez here. But she's got $50 to spend. Huh? She said, where's the perfect old man? Standing right next to you. Exactly. 50. That's a round of golf. How about a round of applause for our winner tonight, the little old lady from Pasadena. Preston, help her up that small step. I don't want her to throw her hip out.
Hey, but I want to get a... You got $50 in this too.
That's more money than June gives you all year. All right. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the judges. I appreciate it. And thank you to everybody that participated tonight. Brandy, we got something else? Yeah. All right. Hey, young man. Come here. Come here, young man. Yo, come here. Hurry. Okay, get your 50-50 tickets out. It is time to give away some more money. What's your name? All right, so we're going to have you reach in, grab one ticket. Just ruffle them up. Grab one. Don't grab mommy's, though. Reach in, grab one ticket. Go ahead. One ticket. Just reach in the bottom or the middle, shuffle them up. That's that one? Is that the winner? Yes? All right. All right. Last four numbers of the 50-50 ticket are 6738. $83. 6738. If you did not win, this is the guy you blame right here. Right. Hey, you know what? I think I found you a girlfriend too. Where's Miss Vasquez at? Yeah, she got. He's like, hell no. But she's got $50. All right, so we're going to get this track grooved in just a little bit more. Grab yourself some food, some drinks, some souvenirs. We'll be back out for nothing but main event racing coming up in just a few minutes. All right, we are back to main event racing. Good to see my friend Tony out here at the track tonight. Always good when he can hear me. Tuners on the track, lights are out. Here we go, picking up speed. Green flag, green light is Sean Leisure. Leads him down the front straightaway and into turn 1 and 2. He took the main event win last night, and he is the man to beat as they're going for $325 tonight. Leisure taking off the back, down the back straightaway. Watch out up there in turn 3. Yellow, yellow. Caution comes out up in turn 3. Now we're going red. Red light conditions. Emergency personnel heading out over there right now to check on the situation as one of our cars went off turn 3 there. (9T) John Thomas out of Schertz, Texas, the one that we're concerned about out there right now. Competitors in the race while we're under red lights, and now yellow comes back on. Sean Leisure in the 67. Ryan McDonald will be in the 816. Dylan Kowalik in the T14. 33, Jamie Garner. 81, Michael Burris Jr. 14, Brandon McCall. 15, Devin Surratt. 9T, John Thomas. 43, Jennifer Kidd. 14T, Sean Tracy. John Bullard out of Cibolo in the 12. Justin Sitterly in the 88 and Rod Tate in the 70. But it looks like, again, John Thomas in the 9T is going to be out of this main event where they're racing for $325 to win tonight. And like we talked about earlier, Sean Leisure out of Mansfield, Texas, brought home the main event win last night here at I-37, and he's sitting in a pretty comfortable position right now as he started on the pole, and at the drop of the green flag and the green light came on, he was looking pretty sharp out there. Dylan Kowalik going to try to keep up with him, as well as Ryan McDonald, your points champion in the 816, once we get this restarted. 20-lap main event for the Tuners. All right, complete restart. Everybody back to their spot. Ryan McDonald's heads on back up. Only one missing will be the 9T of John Thomas. McDonald trying to work his way back up front. He'll be on the outside of row 1 as Leisure should pull up to the pole spot. There he goes. He'll pull up next to McDonald. Dylan Kowalik should move up into the inside of row 2 with Jamie Garner going to the outside of him. There we go. And they're all falling into spot, and we'll get ready to go here momentarily. Complete restart, 20-lap main event for the Tuners. And it looks like we got the 15 of Devin Surratt from Floresville stalled out there in turn 2. We've sent the buggy out there to see if we can give him a push start to rejoin the race. Also the 12, John Bullard, way back here behind the pack. He needs to hurry and catch up. That got me a pair of tennis shoes to go faster than that. Come on, Bullard, get up there. All right, lights are out. in the corners and the straightaway. Ready to get back to it. Ryan McDonald's got to figure out a way to stay with the fast-moving 67L of Sean Leisure on this restart. Flagman looks at him coming out of turn 4. Here we go on that restart one more time. Green flag, green light, off and going. McDonald trying to stay with him out of turn 2, but Leisure does it one more time, jumps into that top spot, and he wants everybody to follow him around. He doesn't want to follow anybody as he starts to open up a 2-car length lead before the ugly yellow comes back out on the track for a spin out up there just outside turn 1. Looks like the 88 maybe of Justin Sitterly. All right, complete restart again, except 88. Sitterly will go to the rear. Actually, he's decided to go to the pits. He's calling it a night in that 88 tuner. These cars will work their way back up to their proper positions. Sean Leisure knows right where he goes. He's in front of everybody in that pole spot. Ryan McDonald going to have another chance to stay there with Leisure on the restart. Leisure's had 2 good starts so far. Lights are out. Here we go. Flagman says, giddy up and go. Green flag, green light, tuner. Main event. And they're making their way around the track. Leisure leads the way with McDonald hustling up behind him. Here comes Dylan Kowalik in the 14, Jamie Garner in 4th. He's going to try to challenge Kowalik for that 3rd place spot. Everybody racing for $325 for the main event win tonight. Leisure would like to go 2 for 2 on a Friday and Saturday. Got the main event last night, looking for the main event tonight. Jamie Garner into 33, sneaking up on the inside of Dylan Kowalik, trying to move up into 3rd. Down the front straightaway they come, door to door and tire to tire. Garner going to take that inside line one more time. Powers it through turn 2, slides by Dylan Kowalik, shuffles Kowalik back to 4th. Garner, previous track champion here, up to 3rd in that Silver Bullet 33. Leisure really starting to open up a good pace and a good gap between himself and the track champion here, 816 Ryan McDonald, as they go around. Jamie Garner dropping way off the pace, a distant 3rd, about 15 car lengths between 2nd and 3rd, and Dylan Kowalik staying right there with him in 4th. In the Taylor Stewart substitute car tonight, Kowalik's car not in working condition. Stewart gave up her car to the boyfriend and let him drive it tonight. Doing a good job in a solid 4th right now. Pretty good distance between himself and Brandon McCall, who's back in 5th. 70 Rod Tate went through the infield between turn 1 and 2, the agricultural route that Owen Pittman likes to call it. coming up on halfway, this time by 10 down, 10 to go. Shown to your race leader right there. Leisure now starting to set up and catch up with the cars that are in the back of the pack. Got to be careful as he goes by him. Doesn't want to get tangled up with them and let McDonald catch him or pass him. Leisure will take the low side. Jennifer Kidd stays out of the way. She stays along the outside wall. The 12 of John Bullard does the same on the back straightaway, goes to the high side, and lets the race leader, Sean Leisure, get on by safely. Now Ryan McDonald having to do the same thing, making his way by the slower cars in the back of the pack. Laps are clicking away. Under 10 laps to go as Leisure's got a nice lead out there right now. Starting to catch up with more cars in the back, beginning to lap traffic each time he goes around. Leisure, the middle of the back straightaway. About an 8, 9, 10 car length lead over Ryan McDonald, a distant second. Jamie Garner, Dylan Kowalik are further back in third and fourth. Watch out, turn one and the front straightaway as Kowalik gets tied up with Jennifer Kidd in the 43. Oh, Dylan, don't hurt the girlfriend's car. Man. Well, Jennifer Kidd getting the tow truck hook underneath the front of that 43 tuner car. Officials down there talking to Dylan. Make sure, do we need help with him or is he able to go? Looks like he's under his own power. Yellow flag is being accredited to Jennifer Kidd, who's being taken off the track. That brings Sean Leisure with the lead, but that's going to bring Ryan McDonald back up behind him in second and Jamie Garner third in the silver 33. But I'm not sure the way Leisure's running tonight that this yellow flag is going to affect him. He's had some really good restarts and taken off and separated from the rest of the pack. Dylan Kowalik hustling back up to his spot. Kowalik should slide right in there behind Jamie Garner, and he does. Brandon McCall lets him in. So Sean Leisure with the lead. Ryan McDonald second, Jamie Garner third, Dylan Kowalik fourth, and Brandon McCall rounds out your top five. 81, Michael Burris Jr. in sixth in the 81. 70, Rob Tate still out there hustling around with the number 12, John Bullard. And Sean Tracy in the 14T. All right, scoring tower telling Dylan to move up one spot again. Thought that's where he was earlier, but he slides back up in front of McCall. Double him up on this Delaware restart, and Sean Leisure will be out front. Everybody else will line up 2 by 2 behind him. Lights go out on the back straightaway. Let's see if Sean Leisure continues to dominate on the restart as he pulls away into turn 3 and 4. Sets the pace quickly over Ryan McDonald and Jamie Garner down into turn 1 and 2. McDonald going a little bit higher this time into turn 2, down the back straightaway, lines it up in the middle of the groove. Goes high up on turn 3 and 4. Looking to find power, looking to find grip to catch up to Leisure. Leisure not breaking away as easily this time as McDonald may have found something to keep him up in the mix. Same thing with Jamie Garner, who now falls in line with McDonald, kind of following the same line. McDonald gets up on the back right fender, gets up on that quarter panel, but then has to back off. Leisure going to take it low in turn 2. McDonald going to go high. McDonald looking for anything on the surface of I-37 to give him grip and power to slingshot himself past Sean Leisure for the win. Tuners putting on a great race once they get going. 3:25 to win tonight. Leisure not breaking away, but still in command of this race. 2 laps to go this time by. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen now for Ryan McDonald. He shoots up in the middle of the groove, in the middle of the turn, in turn 1 and 2. Backs off once again. He just doesn't have enough. Shoots to the outside of Leisure one more time. Here comes the checkered flag. Who's going to be at the flag stand? Sean Leisure, Ryan McDonald, Jamie Garner. First, second, and third. It's a weekend sweep for Sean Leisure as he takes the main event win last night. And he gets the main event win tonight. Fancy meeting you here. Dude, he tried it. I was on full defense. There he is, getting out of there. Sean Leisure, got to put that hat on. Got to look good. Sean Leisure, 2 main events in a row this weekend, Friday night and Saturday night. Let him hear you, folks. Great win. Sean. So, Sean, you're 2 for 2 in main events last night and tonight, but you said something very interesting just now about playing defense there at the end. Tell us about that.
Man, I didn't know where McDonald was running. I just was covering the ball as much as I could, and he gave me a little shove near the end, and we dragged race to the line, and he's a clean racer, and he's one of the best racers I've raced. Just racing him alone this week is the first time I've raced him, and I couldn't be more happier. And to battle with him and the way we did, and I'm sure we put on a show.
Well, you started up front tonight, and it looked like you had some great starts and great restarts. Always an advantage to start up front, but you had some challenges for a while and then to the end. Who would you like to thank for this race last night and tonight?
Man, for both nights, obviously it starts with my mom and my dad for allowing me to do this every weekend. Magic Car Motorsports for even allowing this car to exist. TUG2 for taking a shot at me this year, and LNE Transportation for funding the car.
All right, Sean Leisure, make some noise for him. He's an up-and-coming driver, man. He is awesome, Sean Leisure. All right, boys and girls and race fans, as we kick it back into gear, it's time for the main event for the limited modified, sponsored by Swenson Race Products. Thank you to Swenson for all you do for racing here at I-37. Let's take a look at the competitors scheduled for the race. 53, Edward Oaks. 66, Stephen Whitaker Jr., Daniel Preston in the BD2. 153, Robert Scribner, Shane Heffling in the 63. Tanner Whitmire is going to be in the 101, 90, Dustin Butcher. Ryan Doyen in the 5R, Ray Doyen in the 9R. Brian Rye going to pilot around the 184. Going to have Craig Oakes there in the 91. Trent Beaver in the 14. 76, Zach Courtney, Triton Temple in the 39. Mason Castaneda in the 28M, and Jared Moppin doing double duty tonight in the 96. Caden Honeycutt in the 99. 13M, Ben Meklicek, Logan Bearden in the 66B. Rolly Rodriguez in the 12R. The 11T, you got Tom Grothhughes, Nathan Oakes in the 21. 18, Cameron Bolschow, and 53X, Chandler Fox. Those are scheduled for the race.
Probably 18. He hasn't been out there all night.
They took the top 9. Top 9, I thought they were taking 8.
All right.
18 is not out there.
On the line, $1,000 to win. 18, Cameron Volschow, not out there, out of Lytle, Texas. So the 18 is missing once again. Rolled up green flag. We are ready to go limited modified racing. The 66 Johnny Torres car driving tonight. Stephen Whitaker Jr., he is 5-0 with checkered flags. Heat races and main event wins. Here we go. Edward Oaks, Stephen Whitaker, here we go. Off and running, green flag, green light. Limited modifieds, roaring at you. Stephen Whitaker Jr. trying to go 6-0 tonight. Whoa, watch out, trying to hold on to control of that car. Whitaker got loose in the 66 up at the top of turn 3, trying to fight his way back. Down the back straightaway they go. Actually, Whitaker's okay. I misidentified that car. Whitaker's out front. That's where he's been all weekend, out front. I don't know why I would think anything different. Whitaker out front in the 66, driving away, and Johnny Torres, limited modified. If he takes a checkered flag tonight in this main event, he will have 6 checkered flags, 6 wins in heat races and main events in 2 different classes. .25 lap main event, limited modifieds. Everybody spreading out around the track. Yellow, yellow, yellow as the lights come out, slows everybody down. All right, no surprise there. Stephen Whitaker Jr. jumping out to the lead quickly. Been there all weekend. He's going to have the 53 of Edward Oaks right there with him. Good group of cars out there tonight representing the limited modifieds, and thank you to Swenson Race Products for all you do for racing here in South Texas and for sponsoring this group. All right, 153, Robert Scrivener out of Waco, running third on the restart. All right, looks like we have everybody back where they need to be. Stephen Whitaker Jr. knows where he belongs. He's been up front all weekend, and that's where he is right now. And he'll have the 53 out of Cuero, Edward Oaks, lined up right there behind him. Oaks has decided to take the inside line on the restart of this big 25-lap main event as they line up in the Delaware restart. Here we go, green, green, green. On the restart, off and running. Yellow, yellow coming out there. All that happening right in front of you. 11T, Tom Grothhughes. 12, Raleigh Rodriguez. 66B, Logan Bearden. And looks like the 76 of Zach Courtney. All getting tied up here. Grothhughes drops his net quickly. Safety crew coming out to check on all the drivers. Bearden moving out of the way. He's got that right front tire that looks like it just came from IHOP, flat as a pancake. He'll move off the track there. See what happens with Rodriguez, who's up on top of the Grothhughes car in front of you as Tom crawls out of the all-white 11T. Picking up the Rodriguez car from on top of the Grothhughes car. All right, safely taking off the Grothhughes car. They're going to pull the Rodriguez car into the infield. Drop him off, probably come back and grab Tom's car, and then come back and grab the 76 of Zach Courtney, who's sitting there as well.
All right, calling that yellow flag out there and getting everybody lined up where they need to be. Looks like the yellow was called on the 39 of Triton Temple. Getting everybody else lined up where they need to be. Stephen Whitaker Jr. in the 66, Oaks in the 53, and second, Scribner third in the 153. All right, rolled up green flag. They're showing them next time by, boys. We are going at it. $1,000 on the line in this limited modified main event. Stephen Whitaker 5-0 on checkered flags this weekend, looking to go 6-0.
1-8 never started this race. What are we doing with him? That's right. 4, 99, 1-8 off.
All right. So it looks like the 18 of Cameron Volschow out of Lytle, who never has raced here tonight and did not start the race. They're going to motion him off that track. Can't join right there in the middle. Lights are out. Here we go on the restart. Green, green, green as Stephen Whitaker Jr. leads the way. And Edward Oaks trying to hang right there with him. Here comes Scribner on the outside. Shane Heffling in the 63 as they pick up speed. Whitaker trying to stay out front. And this Johnny Torres 66 limited modified. Tanner Whitmire in the 101 trying to move up some additional spots as well. Front four cars trying to separate themselves from the rest of the pack coming out of turn 4. Whitaker now down the back straightaway. 3, 4, 5 car length lead going into turn 3. Edward Oaks is backed way off the pace in that 53 limited modified. All the way back to 4th as Shane Heffling was able to work his way up to 3rd now. Stephen Whitaker now opening up that larger lead over Scribner and Shane Heffling, trying to run away from the pack. First, second, and third, now separating from the rest of the group, making this a 3-car race, and really it's a 1-car race right now, as Whitaker is out there on his own. Scribner and Heffling further back in second and third. Yellow, yellow, coming back out on the track. That's going to slow them all down one more time.
5R Ryan Doyen has left the track. One of the top drivers here at I-37 finds himself on the short end tonight as he pulls it into the pit area. Got to be driving Whitaker crazy up there, driving a great race, setting himself apart from everybody else, and then yellows get thrown. Brings everybody back to him, but he's done a great job of separating himself on every restart, but sometimes there's a limit on how many times that's going to work. 53, Edward Oakes, your pole sitter, is off the track. It's a race of attrition as a whole bunch of cars have left the track in this main event. The A feature 25 laps for the limited modifieds. All right, lineup looks good. Now you can say it top row up here. Lights are going off. I hear you out there. Why didn't he turn the lights off? Well, looks like there's a reported debris as the four-wheeler goes up there in between turn 1 and 2. Congratulations to our go-kart champions in the youth division, Cheston Markgraf with the win, Tucker Kempe in second, and junior division, Woody Powell, Caden Pacheco, Ava Montemayor. Guess the youth division champions, Cheston Markgraf, junior division, Blaine Markgraf, senior division, Peyton Jones. Congratulations to all those drivers winning the championships at I-37. Lights are out, picking up speed. Here we go, running at you one more time. Stephen Whitaker one more time, a masterful job of holding on to that lead down the front straightaway into turn 2, out of turn 2. Trying to separate himself from Shane Heffling in the 63. Doing a good job right now. Heffling's got to watch out. He's got a challenger right behind him coming up from the third position. Got to watch out for Robert Scribner. Sitting in third. There's passing going on back there for fourth, fifth, and sixth going into turn 3. But once again, he's the main man out here. This is Stephen Whitaker Jr. Just putting on a clinic out there in the Johnny Torres 66 Limited Modified as he has separated from the pack every race that he's participated in the Limited Modifieds and the Modifieds. He'll be doing the Modifieds of our last race tonight coming up. Factory stock should be next. Robert Scribner in third. He just doesn't have anything right now to catch up to your second place car, Shane Heffley. Now he's trying. Came rocketing out of turn 4 and closed a big gap between himself and Heffling. Got to hurry though because the laps are clicking off. Whitaker now starting to catch up with the back cars, the slower cars and the limited modifieds. Gingerly going to make his way around there as the move over flag is thrown from the flag stand to the one in the back. Whitaker's going to make his way safely by. Oh, goes a little high on turn 2, maybe higher than normal. But he's okay with about a 15 car length lead over Shane Heffling. A good long run for the limited modifieds here to try to wrap this up. We got 2 more main events to go to wrap up the 2021 season and the DTK 3rd annual memorial race. Another car off the track on the back straightaway. Should be 2 laps to go this time by, shown to Stephen Whitaker Jr. 2 to go. Well, situation there for Shane Heffling, facing the wrong way on the front straightaway, nose first into the outside wall coming out of turn 4, and that's going to be driving him crazy because he was going to have a great finish tonight in the main event. Huh? I'm sorry?
Can you give the trophy away?
I'll let you do it. I'll just tell you to walk through the grandstand and give it to somebody. I don't know. Lay it down. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to try to get this baby wrapped up here as Johnny Torres, number 66, being driven by Stephen Whitaker Jr. tonight, running a masterful race tonight as he has all weekend. I mean, there's just not enough you can say about that car. Jared Moppin in the 96 going to try to give him a good run here towards the end. Trent Beavers moved up to third in the 14 limited modified. Heffling's waiting for the entire group to go back past him, and he'll fall into the back of the pack. That's got to be nerve-wracking for Heffling as he had a great run tonight. It was going to have a great finish. And then tragedy strikes. Whitaker, Moppin, Beaver, Scribner, Tanner Whitmire, all ready to rock and roll, see if they can move up a couple of extra spots and grab some money. Right now, though, $1,000 on the line for the winner. Stephen Whitaker sure would like for it to be him tonight.
goes 6-0. He's won every race he's run this weekend. Heat races, main events. He has absolutely dominated in everything he's driven this weekend. Single file set up on the restart. Scoring tower, making sure everybody is where they need to be. Flagman holds up the, well, he faked me out there. There it is. Rolled up green flag. It'll show him 1 lap to go next time by. Whitaker, Scrivener, and Vasquez running 1, 2, 3 to Scrivener. Have enough in these final couple of laps to overtake the hard-moving Stephen Whitaker Jr. in that 66. Jared Moppin up to third in the 96. Can he work some magic in the final couple of laps? Let's find out. Here we go. Green, green, green to the restart. Whitaker takes off like a bullet. Whitaker dominating on the restart as he has. Jared Moppin in third place, trying not to give it up to Trent Beaver, who's back to fourth in the 14. I think we might have lost a tire up there on that car on turn 2. He drove about as far as he could on the rim. Going to send the tow truck up there real quick. Factory stocks are back there. A big $2,000 to win race for the factory stocks tonight. Limited modifies and modifies racing for $1,000. But the factory stocks, a great group across all of South Texas, well, all of Texas, period. They're racing for the big purse tonight, $2,000. All right, we're going to try it again. Hopefully we can get this knocked out of the way. I'm tired of seeing yellow. I'll be seeing that in my sleep later tonight. Thank you for coming out to the racetrack tonight. Thank you to watching on Race on Texas. Whitaker wastes little time as he takes off down the back straightaway. Doesn't want to make a mistake over the final few laps. One lap to go this time by. One final lap. Stephen Whitaker ready to head it on home for the main event win. He goes 6-0 on the weekend. 6 checkered flag wins.
Dude, we're going to have to stop meeting like this. You are 6-0 bringing home checkered flags this weekend. 6-0. He wins 6 races. Stephen Whitaker Jr., tell us about this weekend for you. You were on fire in this thing.
Yeah, I want to thank Johnny Torres for letting me work on and drive this thing. It's a little sentimental, this race. It is the DTK, and I wasn't too familiar with 2 of them, but early in my racing career, I did a lot with Frank Torres, and as far as the sport mod goes here, nobody else has won a DTK. I won the last 2, and then last night and tonight. So I obviously want to dedicate this to those 3, especially Johnny Torres and the Torres family. One hell of a track tonight. That was super fun to run on. We got one more to go in the modified to see if we can make it a perfect weekend.
It seemed like you just had great restarts, even though all those yellows, I'm sure, were frustrating you trying to get this race over with. But you were on rails. Every restart, you just left the pack.
Yeah, well, that's what's different about this dirt racing is you have no clue where everybody's at. So, and the way these cars are set up these days, if you try to slow down any, they won't turn. So you kind of got to stay at least 80% all the time. But you know, next thing you know, you're starting to relax and get content, and somebody blow your doors off. So you kind of rely on crew to tell you how far or gap or what line you run on, and hopefully you got some good sign language. But it's definitely a fun racetrack. It's been a good weekend. Like I said, we got one more to go.
You're 6-0 right now, looking for number 7. Good luck to you. Congratulations, DTK, main event winner, limited modifieds. Hey, where is Grandma Vasquez? Where is my little grandma? Come down to the gate for a second, would you please? I should have told her this 30 minutes ago so she could work her way down here. Eh? What'd you say? Eh? Oh, stop talking. Hold on. Before we bring the factory stocks out, one of our go-kart drivers, Cody Clegg, won a trophy. The I-37 Speedway Go-Kart Senior Division, 2nd place for the year. And he brought it up to me and he said, hey, Milton, go ahead and give this away to somebody tonight. And I couldn't think of a nicer person than Grandma Vasquez. So you're going to get a trophy as well, courtesy of Cody Clegg and the go-karts, okay? I said you're going to get a trophy. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Cody Clegg. You're a true sport.
On the last race, it's half the price on food.
Somebody help Grandma Vasquez up the grandstands there. She'll be up there by the last race. All right. Here come the factory stocks. They're racing tonight for $2,000 to win. Scheduled in the race, 99, Caden Honeycutt, 24, Donald Kane Jr., 40, Dakota Hurley, 93, Aaron Letty, 38, Josh Sewell, Cameron Starry in the 12X, 31, Alan Torres, and that car is for sale. 34H, Robbie Minton, Jamie Deere driving the 15D. 30, Riley Heil, E.J. Gilpin in the 21B. 13, Johnny Johnson, Nathan Rahi in the 25R. 99A, Dylan Gaither. 17E, Jerry Evans with Gary Butler driving the 3. Johnny Westfall in the 9. We're going to have Shannon Maurer in the 02, Brian Ryan the 154. John Armandilla in the 58. Megan Dotson 133, Catherine Keelik 44K. Cameron Dinsmore 8C, and Randy Frauchi scheduled in the 22M. We're going 25 laps in this main event. Looks like the lights are out. Caden Honeycutt sitting up front, aiming for $2,000 to win. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running. Can't win it on the first lap. Donald Kane Jr. has had a great run tonight and yesterday as well. Kane driving very, very well. He's going to have his hands full to try to figure out how to get by Caden Honeycutt. Down the back straightaway they go. Kane trying to go on the high side and get by Honeycutt in the 99. Here comes Kane in the 24. He grabs the lead going by the flag stand. 40, Dakota Hurley started in third right now as he settles up behind Caden Honeycutt as the yellow comes out. All right, checking the lineups, making sure everybody's okay as we get ready to wrap up the DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. Thank you, Hercules Foundation Repair, for chipping in and helping out on the DTK Memorial Race. scoring tower, getting these drivers situated. Donald Kane Jr. ready to try to manhandle this group of factory stock sponsored by All In Designs, as he was able to get by the 99. Your pole sitter, Caden Honeycutt. Donald Kane Jr. out of Willis, Texas in the 24, making that quick early move to grab the lead. After this race, one final race, the IMCA Modified, sponsored by Price Chevrolet. Lights are out. Picking up speed into turn 3 and 4. Coming out of the turns. Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart as Donald Kane Jr. leads him down the front. Look who's coming up into play now. It's the 40 out of Sandia, Dakota Hurley, trying to get by Caden Honeycutt on the low side. Honeycutt goes high. Hurley stays low as they come by the flag stand. Honeycutt really riding that high line. Watch out for the 93 of Aaron Letty. He's starting to shake and bake down around the turns and down the front straightaway. Now down the back as he lines up behind the 12X of Cameron Story out of Corpus Christi. But right now it's the Donald Kane show, but here comes Caden Honeycutt one more time down the back straightaway, trying to stay ahead of Dakota Hurley. And Cameron Story in the 12X moving up on the outside. The 31 of Alan Torres making a move on the inside of 3 and 4. That car is for sale. It's a fast mover. It's the driver, but it's also the car. Well set up. Be sure to talk to Alan Torres sometime after the race or the next couple of weeks. Sure, he'll make a good deal for you. But, man, that is a fast-moving 31 factory stock, trying to move up a couple of positions in the turns. Donald Kane Jr. one more time has Caden Honeycutt, now the solo driver behind him in second. Hurley had to back off to third in that 40 factory stock. Cameron Story fourth in the 12X. Alan Torres fifth in the 31. Long single file racing around the I-37 race surface. Donald Kane Jr., he's got a hold of it right now. Visiting driver Caden Honeycutt jumping in the 99 of Alan Alexander, putting on a good show here tonight. Not familiar with the track, but racing really well in that Alexander 99 down out of turn 4 in the front straightaway. Giving chase to Donald Kane, who does have some familiarity with the track. This time by, when Donald Kane goes by, it's the halfway point of this 25-lap feature race. Honeycutt's got about 12 laps to figure this thing out and get up to a higher finishing position. Can he do it? Everybody else looks like they're going to be shuffling for positions 3rd through 7th as everybody's starting to spread out behind your race leaders. Honeycutt not letting Kane get away. Now here comes the issue that we faced earlier, catching up with slower traffic. Going to have to be very careful making your way by the slower traffic. You don't want to get blocked and have Honeycutt go one way and you go the other, and you made the wrong decision. Honeycutt looking ahead. Kane trying to figure out, do I go high or do I go low by these slower cars? You don't want slower cars to determine the outcome of this race. Holy cow, the 22 nearly took out Honeycutt. We got Armandia spun around in turn 2. Man, it was a close one there for Caden Honeycutt coming out of turn 4. He saw the 22M of Randy Fauci cut right in front of him, which could have been a disaster, but everything was avoided right there. And then the yellow comes out for John Armandia out there in turn 1 as he has that solo spin out there in the factory stock 58. He qualified in the B main. Armandia gets the push by the four-wheeler as we're just past the halfway point of the factory stock main event, the DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. And Armandia gets the push off the track, off turn 3, and heading on back to the pit area. Not really what Donald Kane Jr. wanted to see. The yellow flag came out because he did have about a 3-car length lead over Caden Honeycutt in that Alan Alexander 99. And now that's going to bring them all back to the pack. He's got a good car. Can he get a good restart? Course 40, Dakota Hurley sitting there in 3rd. Cameron Starry 4th in the 12X. Alan Torres, car for sale in the 31, rounds out your top 5. All right, the lineup is good. 14 complete in this 25-lap main event. Let's see if Donald Kane Jr. can work some magic on that restart. Caden Honeycutt is going to get to pick his line. Does it want to go low or high? Looks like he's chosen the inside groove that'll put Dakota Hurley immediately to his right on the outside. Pretty sure Hurley doesn't care where he restarts. He just happened to be up there up front. Fantastic driver here, champion at the racetrack. And there goes the restart. Donald Kane Jr. fires it up fairly quickly. Green, green, green on the restart as they come roaring down the front straightaway. Dakota Hurley trying to get a pretty good run on Caden Honeycutt. Hurley restarted on the outside. Got to watch Alan Torres now. All right, settles back in. Torres settles into 4th. Got about 8 laps to go in this main event. 8 to go. Kane, Honeycutt, Dakota Hurley, Alan Torres, and Cameron Starry running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we got issues on the back straightaway. Let's see the 0-2 of Shannon Maurer out there. He's on the back straightaway, facing the wrong direction. Is that 99? Looks like Aaron Letty in the 93 getting caught up in that melee back there. He's on the back rim of the front straightaway. You see him walking over there with the flashlight to check in on him. '93 Aaron Letty getting the hook put on the back of that car, and we'll get him out of the way. Tough break for a really good driver, Aaron Letty in the 93. '02 Shannon Maurer back on the track as he's able to continue moving on. IMCA modified drivers, they are back there in the pits just anxious and ready to go to wrap up our DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. $2,000 to win in this one, $1,000 to win in the modifieds coming up next, and that'll wrap up the night of racing. Now the tow truck hustles back out to the back straightaway to pick up another car and pull it to the infield. All right, 99, Caden Honeycutt going to pick his line as we'll show him a rolled up green flag this time by. We're ready to try to wrap up the final laps of the factory stocks. IMCA Modifies, presented by Price Chevrolet, waiting their turn. Donald Kane Jr., your race leader. He's had great restarts tonight in that 24 factory stock. He picks up speed. He sets the pace. Honeycutt and Dakota Hurley giving chase on the restart. Here they come. Man, get that slow car out of the way. Here come the fast cars. Watch out, Alan Torres. Out in turn two, see if he can fire it up and get going. Yes, he does. Alan Torres in the 31 goes off the track, off the back straightaway, so he's done for the night. Donald Kane Jr. with the lead. Black flag being given to the other car, but they're not taking note of it. They should be exiting the track, and there they go. And they went off pretty fast, so they're probably not very happy about it. Oh well. '22 Fauci off the track as the laps click away. Donald Kane Jr. just doing an excellent job tonight, staying in front of a very good driver of Caden Honeycutt. Honeycutt getting inside the Alan Alexander 99 tonight. Unfamiliar with the car, unfamiliar with the track, and he's doing a great job staying up in second place. Everybody starting to spread out now, getting in those spots. Kane, Honeycutt, Hurley, Starry, Rahi in the red 25 down the back straightaway with a good run tonight. Going to be 2 laps to go this time by. 2 laps that time by the flag stand. Donald Kane Jr. trying to hold on for a big main event win in the DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. 1 lap to go. White flag comes up. Donald Kane Jr. with the main event win as he comes flying around. He mastered that one. What a great win by the 24, able to hold off some of the great drivers in the factory stock division here tonight at I-37. 1 more race to go as the IMCA Modifieds are getting ready to come out. Donald Kane Jr. with a fantastic run tonight, able to hold off some of the top factory stock drivers. There he is. How about a round of applause? Donald Kane Jr. with the win. All right. Donald, come on over here, man. Congratulations. I'm holding the hand of $2,000, buddy. What do you think about that?
Man, it feels good. I haven't been in the winner's circle in a while, and this one really pulled it off for my team.
Yeah, you got a great team here. I see Triton back here celebrating with you, but you had a fantastic run. You did well last night on Friday night. You came out, started up front, but you were able to handle the pressure of some of the top drivers in the factory stocks. How was the ride out there, and what was your plan?
When I first pulled out there, I knew I had a hot rod. It was going to take everything they could to get around me.
tonight.
Well, they couldn't do it tonight. You're $2,000 richer. Who would you like to thank for this fast-moving 24?
I'd first like to thank that man right there, John Leda. He's given me everything, and I can't appreciate him enough.
Super. How about that right there? The big winner tonight, $2,000 in your pocket. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks everyone coming out.
All right, Donald.
Go ahead, I got you. Car, man. He's a shoe, man. Which one?
All right, last but not least, here come the IMCA Modify, sponsored by Price Chevrolet. It's our final race of the night. It's $1,000 to win, and we got some great drivers in this one. All right, final race of the night as we wrap up another fantastic DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. And this is going to be a good one with about 13 top shoes in the IMCA Modifies presented by Price Chevrolet. Stephen Whitaker Jr. going for 7-0 tonight in that 89C. 91 Craig Oaks, 24R Robbie Minton. Logan Dinsmore in the 8G Greg Dinsmore. 53 XX Matt Fox. 741 Cameron Starry. Robert Lisi in the 77. Jared Moppin in the 96. Cody Clark in the 5R Ryan Doyen. Marlon Sanford 28. DJ Schroet 5S. Looks like we're probably missing a car out there. Well, we had to give a driver a chance to change cars and get out here for the race, but that looked a little ugly on that start there. We'll line them up and try it again. Hopefully nobody's too badly damaged, and they're all going to be competitive out there. But Whitaker Oaks up front. That is Craig Oaks. Man, there's a lot of Oaks racing out here tonight at the racetrack. Lights are out. We're ready to try it again. Stephen Whitaker Jr. leads them to the start-finish line. Here we go one more time. Whoa, solo spin up there in turn 2. All by himself. He swings it around. Tries to kick it back in gear. He's okay. Stay green, stay green. Whitaker going for 8-0 in his own car, the 89C and the Johnny Torres 66 Limited Modified. And Whitaker finds himself out front one more time, just like he has all weekend long. '91 Craig Oakes actually has nothing for him right now as he's opening up to about a 7-car length lead. Down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Robbie Minton pacing himself in third. Yellow comes out. All right, lineup is good. Stephen Whitaker Jr. knows exactly where he goes. The 91 at Craig Oakes equally as well. He hasn't had much for him in this race early on. Whitaker's just been on rails all last night and all tonight. 6 wins combining heat races and feature races in 2 different car classes. Looking to go 7-0 with the checkered flags this weekend. Picking up speed. Here they go. Green on the restart. Whitaker leads the way. Oakes trying to give chase. 20-lap main event for the IMCA Modified, sponsored by Price Chevrolet. One more time, Whitaker takes off and separates himself from Oakes. Look at Stephen Whitaker putting on a masterful performance in this 89C IMCA Modified. Watch out, here comes the 8G of Greg Dinsmore. Greg Dinsmore in the 8G rattling his way up to second right now, but he is way off the pace. Right now, Whitaker just dominating the IMCA Modifieds. Greg Dinsmore in second. Here comes Ryan Doyen moving up into third. Into turn 1 and 2, Doyen takes the low side, makes the pass, moves up to a nice third place spot, and then the yellow comes out. Well, as we slow things down here again for the yellow, hope all the boys and girls and all the parents have a good time trick-or-treating tomorrow night. Halloween on a Sunday. Get back in your costumes. Go out and get lots of candy, and hopefully maybe somebody will drop some money in your bag. But Halloween coming up tomorrow night. Get out there and have fun and stay safe. Supposed to have some beautiful weather for you to go trick-or-treating in the neighborhoods. Good times when Halloween shows up and the boys and girls and the families all get together and walk through the neighborhoods and then wake up early Monday morning and go to school.
They're having an argument down there. I'm listening to their argument down there. Okay, lineup's good.
All right, lineup is good. 8G is going to pick a line. All right. Let's see if we can get the rest of these laps wrapped up under green flag conditions. I know that's what Stephen Whitaker would like to do. As the lights go out, flagman keeps an eye on him. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running. Dinsmore trying to get under Doyen and could not do it. And the 5R, Ryan Doyen moving up in front of Greg Dinsmore. Whitaker one more time, blasting off, and now Dinsmore up into the 8G, into the second pocket there. He is in second.
Are you?
Yellow out on the track up in turn 4. I think that might be the second yellow flag that he's brought out. Might be mistaken. Looks like one of the white tires got knocked out too far up there in turn 4, and Robbie Minton was letting the officials know, hey, man, this is in a bad spot. Please come move it. And they did. Thank you, Robbie Minton, for helping out there on the track. It's always good when the drivers can tell the officials, hey, help us out here. This tire's in a bad spot.
How many complete?
I think there's about 8 laps complete in this main event, 20-lap main event. So Stephen Whitaker Jr., I know, is getting tired of seeing these yellows. He wants to knock out this 7th win of the weekend. Whitaker one more time, starting to pull away from everybody. Dinsmore's got nothing for him. He's just going to try to hold on to second now. Everybody in a straight line right now, single file, nobody really making any moves in the rest of this race as the laps are clicking away and yellow comes out again. '28 Marlon Sanford bringing out the yellow flag here. Okay. Marlon Sanford getting shuffled to the back for bringing out that yellow flag and yellow light. Yeah, it looked like there might have been a little contact out there, and the 5 of Cody Clark is just sitting right there. Not sure what he's waiting on. Okay, 5. We got too many 5s out here in this race. They need to be more clear with these cars. Show me an S on that car. There's not one. DJ Schroeder in the 5S stopping right there on the front straightaway now rejoins the group. Okay, we need to get these guys in a single file. Looks like they're trying to tell the 53 XX. Here we go. Green flag, green light, open. Yellow, yellow coming out. Not sure things were exactly right on that restart. Everybody needs to go back where they were at before the start of that lap there. That was an unofficial restart. Sure, that made Stephen Whitaker Jr. a little bit nervous there on that restart. Not ready for it as the 91 Craig Oaks somehow got up front, but we had to wave that off because it was not a good start. Greg Dinsmore sitting there in second in the 8G, 91 Craig Oaks. In third, everybody trying to chase Stephen Whitaker Jr. As soon as that light went off, Stephen Whitaker Jr. kicked it back into gear, and we're 11 complete. He wants to knock out these last 9 as quickly as possible before anything else could go wrong. Dinsmore sliding up, stays in front of the 91 Oaks for second. Oaks trying to get that nose underneath Dinsmore in turn 4. Now starting to spread out one more time, trying to finish up these final laps of the DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. As Stephen Whitaker dominating the races all weekend, looking to go 8-0 with all of his heat races and feature race wins. Dinsmore trying to put a dent in that lead, but just can't do it as the laps are clicking away. Ryan Doyen trying to become a player up there as he's trying to get up behind the 91 of Edward Oaks. Doyen trying to close ground. He's going to take that nose. Oh, he tried to put it underneath Oaks for the pass. Had to back off 28. Marlon Sanford gets off the track. Might have been Cody Clark leaving the track. 5 out of Converse. Cody Clark in the 5. Into the outside wall coming out of turn 4. Contact with the outside wall over the last 2 laps here. Tow truck coming out to do one more duty. Getting cars pulled off the track, man. It's been a lot of work, a lot of yellows tonight. Right, Preston? Stephen Whitaker, man, he just wants to end this race. And I don't blame him. He's had to restart several times. Every time you restart, you take a chance of something going wrong. Ryan Doyen going into the outside wall, coming out of turn 4. The last car goes by the tow truck. They'll pull him into the infield. That right side front tire just all mangled up with that hard hit into the outside wall. See if we can get these last 2 laps under our belt and bring Stephen Whitaker home with actually an 8-0 record with all of his heat race wins and main event wins. He takes his checkered flag tonight. It'll be 8-0 for the weekend. Trying to take home that $1,000 to win purse tonight. $1,000 to win, that gets you maybe 20 gallons of gas at Valero these days. That ain't no lie. Lights are out. Whitaker leads him around. He sets the pace. He goes when he wants to go. There he goes. Right there, Whitaker on the restart. Greg Dismore trying to catch up to him, trying to make a last-ditch effort to get by him. But Whitaker shut the door on him one more time as he comes around. White flag this time by. One more loop around I-37 Speedway. And he's going to go a perfect 8-0 for the weekend. Stephen Whitaker Jr. takes home the $1,000 purse. This guy absolutely on fire this weekend as he goes 8-0 in both classes. A total of 8 checkered flags. Can't get any better than this as Stephen Whitaker Jr. goes 8-0. He pops out. How about a round of applause? I got to take you to Las Vegas, man. You're a winner. Stephen, congratulations once again. The DTK Memorial Race. I know maybe a little frustration with all these yellow flags tonight and that little botched restart there, but tell us how this race went against some of those top guns.
I guess if that's my biggest problems this weekend is cautions and a messed up restart. I guess we can still say it's a good weekend, but like I said, all in all, it's a good weekend. I had a ton of fun this weekend, both cars, really 3 classes. But track started getting a little latched up there in 3 and 4. I noticed that in the sport mod race, so I knew I just stayed on the bottom over there.
All right, one more time. Who would you like to thank for everything that's happened this weekend for you?
I want to thank DS&S Construction, Race XR, 3D Landscaping, Supreme Vinyl Works, G&M Oilfield Service, First Class Towing, Nasty Cookers, Maximum Racing Oils, WW Bodies, my wife, my mom, my dad, I-37 for putting on the show this weekend, and Engine Oilfield Service at Aquero, Aquero Lube, and Auto. A ton of people that help us out this week.
Very good. Stephen Whitaker Jr., the main event winner, one more time. Congratulations, Stephen, and thank y'all for coming out to the DTK Memorial Race presented by Hercules Foundation Repair. Be on the lookout on our Facebook page and web page for the Redneck Stress Relief that's coming up sometime in November. But for all of us here at I-37, thank you for coming out. Have a safe drive home, and God bless. You are welcome. I love you too.